Oof. Well, hello, hello. So we are back to work on my dad's project, and I am really liking how it's turning out. I am tickled pink. Let's see here. I wouldn't want them to get smashed. Okay, so let's see what we are working on. So I was trying to decide what to actually do. Hey, Tupac. Are you being good? So this is turning out really, really pretty. I really love how this turned out. The base and everything in it. All the notebook paper, the railroad items. He's got lots of paper to work with. The only thing it's kind of missing is a pocket. So I might have to add one of those see-through, with the Velcro on it. Maybe put like a side pocket and take out some of the notebook paper so it don't take up too much room because it's like bending in the back. But we'll figure it out. So in the meantime, to decorate the inside, I love how people message me when I'm live. It's like I've been going live for Wednesdays for years. And then all of a sudden everybody's like messaging me on Facebook. And it's like, please stop. I took and I had to shut the sounds off because it got so bad. It's interfering with when I'm on other people's lives. So here is what I fussy cutted so far. I get to do a little more fussy cutting, but right now I want to do a layout and see how this looks in the book before I cut more. This one I kind of broke. I got to fix this one with some glue. I'm telling you, this fussy cutting business can be something else at times with these dainty little items. That's how tiny that is. I cut it off by accident. So I have a black and white choo-choo train. I have a side one that I cut out. And these are just random like clip arts. I don't know if they're copyrighted or not, but I'm using them anyways because they're for my dad's. It's not like I'm selling it. There's a bridge. Here's the railroad crossing lights. We have a train going across the bridge. We have another train. We have a tunnel, little tunnel. We have another set of tracks. We have an express ticket. And I got these extra in case I need them. And then we have these two vintage railway thingies. I think these are so cute. And then this will be more if I want to add more. I might do these and then put the little ones around them. I don't know. Because I think that would work on the inside for something bigger. And then I might fussy cut these. So we shall see. Hey, Danielle. Thanks for coming in, everybody. Man, I don't know about you guys, but Tupac, you been having any problems with a lot of bots on your stream? Hey, Cynthia. Those porn bots are ridiculous. I sat in a couple live streams and my goodness, they spam and spam and spam like they keep coming. Like by the 5s and 6s. They're getting terrible. I feel like I'm in a Yahoo deja vu moment. So what I'm going to end up doing is probably fussy cutting these out. I'm just going to do one for measurement purposes. These, I'm not a fussy cutter. I call this cussy cutting. But if you ever want to craft along with me, all you have to do is let me know. You can always come up on my live stream or just do it in private if that's what you prefer. But I think it's fun. I love it when somebody's in a live stream and they're crafting or doing sales or something that's going to take a little while. Keeps you company. Let me cut this one off. I'm going to separate these anyways. Hey, Sandy. There's my sassy Sandy. My sassy Sandy. Okay, so then here. I'm a lefty, so if I look like I'm doing it backwards, that's how it is. I love these. If you're a lefty and you have problems with scissors, these are perfect. I actually just introduced these to my granddaughter, but I told her to be very, very careful because they're sharp. And she's young yet, but I love it because I don't have the holes of the scissors restricting my cutting. They just feel so nice. And I know right-handers that love these too. They're the We Are Memory Keepers. And these are awesome, especially for fussy cutting. Cussy cutting. Cussy cutting. You could just get around these turns real easy. I love these scissors. I love them so much that I bought 3 pairs. I actually have a pair in my living room, a pair in my computer room upstairs, and then a pair down here because they are that amazing. I'm trying not to break this because it does get floppy on these delicate pieces. So I'm going to have to cut these out. I didn't realize how much cussy cutting needed to be done on these. And I started on these hours ago. And I still didn't get them all done. But that's what happens when you get into cussy cutting. That's what I call cussy cutting. I never heard of the term fussy cutting until I came to YouTube. It's funny how different people in different states say different things. Hey, Kristen. Oh, there's Denise. Vintage Chip. Are you going to come up and craft with me, Denise? I know I got to think of something to do tomorrow night, too. And if you are not familiar with our residential hippie bus and our vintage hippie, I'm going to put her link in the stream because tomorrow night we will be on her stream crafting. And Lord, look out. Hey, Haley. Here's Vintage Hippie's stream channel. So if you're not subscribed to her channel and you want to come and visit us, you check her out, you like her, subscribe to her, and come watch us craft tomorrow night again. I'll have to think of something to do tomorrow night. She's making me work it. She's making me craft. Last time I was on her stream, I actually cleaned out some of my room because I didn't have really anything to craft. So I'll have to think of something. So every other Thursday, she has sales for crafting stuff and vintage items and these goodies. And sometimes Michelle Noel sells with her. And she's another one. This is where I got the bracelet off of Michelle when she sold off of Vintage Hippies. And I love this bracelet. Look at this. You have a slider, so it doesn't matter what size your wrist is. I just think this is genius because I hate when I get bracelets that don't fit. And you just take your fingers and just slide it up on your wrist, and there you go. Easy. So easy to put that on. And then this was a bracelet I had got off of Viv's channel. She sells jewelry. And usually I'm not a jewelry person, but I really love this bracelet too. And it's got a brand on it, but I couldn't read it. So I screenshotted it for her up close so she could see it. But I don't know what this is, but I tell you what, I've washed dishes. And this, usually I take them off, but I forgot I had it on one day because I'm not used to wearing jewelry. And this went in my dishwater and it never turned. So it's nice. I like it. I was like, no, I just bought you and I want you to turn color on me. Where's my scraps? When I'm done cutting, I have this bag filled with scraps so that if I don't end up using the scraps, I recycle them. But they go in here until I'm ready. Put these over here. It's my little pile of goodies. And I wanted to do a little color. So we're going to have color. I absolutely love everything I have gotten to add to my dad's book. And some of it came from Denise's Railroad paper sale. And then some of this is from, I have more Railroad ephemera, but sad to say, until I get my downstairs arranged, it's lost. I bought it off of the Facebook Marketplace from a lady who owns an antique store down the river from me, and I don't know what I did with it. Because my stuff is a mess right now. But it happens. Till I get more of my bookstore depleted. My craft room is AKA bookstore part craft room, and it's still quite a mess. I got a lot of work to do, but right now I'm working on the community yard sale we have coming up the 11th of June. So needless to say, I have been one busy downsizing my house person. Let's just say I've taken 4 blazers down there already. I'd say 3 full and a half, and I still have not put a dent in the crap I have. And I'm not talking art supplies. It's just stuff like books that I'm downsizing from my bookstore. And this is going to break, but I'll fix it. And pictures, just things I hung on my wall that I just couldn't seem to part with. Now I'm letting it go. Remember when we start the days when you built your house? It feels like Your first 50 years, you're building everything you want in your house. And then you spend the next 50 years trying to get rid of it all. That's how I feel about it. And I used to go to home interior parties and yeah, that kind of stuff. So I still have a lot of stuff. It's funny how, though, some things age and people pay a lot of money for it, but then some things don't, you know? Like home interior, you can barely sell it for anything. I don't know what it is, but gosh, I used to love home interior. Having parties was so much fun. And then there was another one that came out that was like home interior. Oh gosh, I can't remember the name of it. But my daughter had sold that because you used to win like a lot of free pictures with your sales and like flowers and sconces and I have all kinds of stuff. I still have all my sconce holders. And then one year my sister-in-law sold it. And when she went out of business for Christmas, I'm serious, she gave me a whole big cart, what's it called? Cartwheel. No cartwheel. Tammy. No, that's not what they're called. What's this plastic things we used to drive as kids? Not a cartwheel. Cartwheel's something you do in the air. Anyways, one of those boxes filled with home interior, and she just gave it to me. It's like, what am I going to do with all this? Not that I wasn't thankful, but geez. Yep, I almost broke the crossing. I don't want to have to. I'll fix it. Nothing glue and some tape won't fix. Big wheel. Why was I thinking cartwheel? A big wheel box full. Oh my goodness, I love these scissors. They're the best. Seriously, I love them. Yeah, me too. There's one home interior piece. I don't know why. I just can't get rid of it. It's like I had it on my wall and I had the sconce holders beside, on each side of it. Oh my God, I love this picture. She's sitting in my closet. But do you remember when home interior had the woman with the fancy hat? She looks vintage. I call her the purple lady because the side is purple and she has like a white dress on with this fancy hat and she's got these floors. And now I'm not a purple person, but I love this picture. I just can't seem to part with it. So I went to this other yard sale and there was a picture full of flowers that looked just like it. I mean, like it totally matches it. And I don't even know if it's home interior or not, but I just have a hard time parting with some of the stuff. Just have so much, you know? Hey, Michelle! I was just talking about you. Is your ears burning? I did a demonstration of your bracelet. I love it. This is the girl who I bought the bracelet off of that sells on Vintage Hippies channel. She's the one that I bought this off of. She calls her Leon. Because there's so many Michelles on YouTube. That looks a little wonky, but I don't care. I'll fix it when I go to glue it down. So, let me get this in my little scrappy thing. And I got one more to cut out, and then we're going to start gluing. Gonna give Michelle her hug. Okay, and then all I have left is this one. And hopefully I will cut this one out better. And then I should be good to glue. We'll have to arrange how these are going to go into the book. But yes, Denise, these are the best cussy cutting scissors ever. They truly, truly are. They're so weird to use at first because you don't have the holes. The right-handers or left-handers, it doesn't matter. These are great for both. And me being a lefty, I just absolutely love these. We Are Memory Keepers scissors. They are just rock. And I don't know if you all know or not, but if you sign up for emails from Ranger, if you like alcohol inks or anything to do with the Ranger brand, I don't know if Tim Holtz is included. I mean, they're all the same, but they do these things where they've been doing grab bags, almost like an unboxing, a mystery unboxing. And I'm getting my first one, and I'm so excited because I have never really played too much with Tim Holtz stuff. So it's going to be exciting in Ranger stuff. The only thing I've been into is like the distress inks. And this particular bag is a throw bag. But what happens is when you sign up for Ranger, it's just a tip to get their emails. You have to hurry up and get it. And I think it's like $15 with shipping. It's not high. And you have to like catch it as soon as the email come in, because if you don't, you won't get it. They run out of them really, really fast. So I'm hurrying up. Oh, and another thing I want to share with you guys too while you're here. This is off of the crafting subject, but I want to show you guys something. And I hope that whoever hears this, you will share this information with other people. I don't know if any of you come across this or not, but when I was on Instagram, when I first started, this is going to come out to what just happened to me in the marketplace. I kept getting these instant messages from these guys. They were just random. And they kept saying they had military pictures like our army, like they look like American soldiers is what they look like. And they're trying to prey on women for cards. This guy made up this story about his daughter being in another country and he was a widower. And let me tell you what, this widower shit's really getting old. It's scammers. And they keep telling you that they're widowers and they're not. And I had like 5 of them in 1 week on Instagram. And I said, well, if you quit killing your wives, you wouldn't be widowers now, would you? This guy says, what? And I said, I'm tired of you scammers using that you're a widower to try to suck things out of women. I said, because it's not going to happen with this one. My husband tells me all the time I should be an undercover cop on the web. I said, maybe I should be. So I call them out because what they're trying to do is they're preying on people, and they say that they have to have these cards for money, which didn't even make any sense to me. I said, what the hell kind of gun are you using that needs a money card? Are you like gaming? Is that what kind that you're talking about? Because our military doesn't use cards to shoot guns. Are you people crazy? You better come up with a better line if you think you're going to scam some people. So you look at their followers and it's always women. It's like a crap ton of them, or it's other military men because they try to say they're from a platoon. All of it's fake. It's the same person running the scam under a bunch of different names is what it is. And there was a girl that came on YouTube and she did a video about it. She was like, are you guys getting hit up by these military men? I was laughing when I saw her video because I went right into her comment section and told her, yes, I know what you're talking about. So these scammers are always coming up with different ways. One is Publishers Clearinghouse. They call your phone as a scammer and they say, you know, we have this green dot card we want you to go get. This was a while ago. This happened. And excuse me, do you want Publishers Clearinghouse to make a private visit for your winnings when you haven't even played Publishers Clearinghouse, like I have it. And it's fake numbers. So when I went to the Publishers Clearinghouse site to let them know these numbers were happening, they already have a list of the scam numbers. And this is the trick of it. They want you to pick up this card and then scratch off a number. It'd be like me and you having an Android phone and we use like the $55 cards. Well, if I show you the number, you can take my card. I mean, hello. You can use my phone card on your phone and steal it off of me. That's what this is. Oh my gosh, these people they just kill me. So yesterday I was introduced to a new kind of scammer. And it's really sad because I hope people really don't get suckered into it, because I know that there's Western Union ones going around, and the Western Union ones, they're pretended to be a long lost relative and they're really hitting on the elderly. And I think that's horrible, because I know people have been scammed this way, saying that they're a long lost relative or something and they need money, and they're playing on people's sympathies. And I feel for people who are giving that way, because you get suckered into this so easy if you don't know what you're doing. Especially a lot of people out there still don't have the web. I have people come to my yard sales that don't have computers and such because they're older. We have like a retired village up here, and they're just not interested. So when they get these phone calls, they don't know the information like we do on the web. So this new one, and I wish I would have print screened it to show you guys, because I do like to have facts to back up what I'm saying, because I don't ever want you to question me as, a fraud. The people that know me know better, but you know what I mean? Because people like to see receipts. You can't trust anybody nowadays, and I don't blame people because I know what it's like. So I was on the Facebook Marketplace, and me and my husband have been looking for campers. We've been watching the Facebook Marketplace. They have them there. They have them on Craigslist and such. Well, the new scam is this. They're putting out really nice campers that are Keystone, which is top of the line brand, and they're selling them for $1,000, $1,200. Well, I mean, hello, 25-foot camper, please. My husband's like, what's wrong with it? I said, I don't know. I think it's a scam, but I'm going to work it. I do not have a picture of the actual camper to show you, except in an email, the rest of the pictures, but this is what happened. So I'm going to show you step by step. So on my Facebook Messenger, there is a name called Inspire Wellness. So this was the person that made the post, and this is what I said. They said, hi, my name. Thank you for your message. I'm away at this moment, but I will get back to you soon. And that's an automated message. So I put, is this camper still available? What size is the bed in it? Why is the price so cheap at $1,000? They come back at me, hello. I want you guys to see this. Yes, it's available. I posted the 2011 Keystone Bullet 256 RBS at $1,000 for my sister Brianna. Please email her directly, and that's her email. And the only reason why I'm showing this email is because it's a scam. So I was like, okay. So I emailed her, and I'm going to share the emails. Okay. So we have me. Hi, I was wondering about the size of the bed in the camper. Why is it just for $1,000? Is the title clear on the camper? Could you please let me know the miles and send me more pictures? That's what I sent. Then this person, the Brianna answers, which I think it's the wellness person, says, hi. Let me see if I can get this up here. My name is Brianna Thomas. I'm so happy that you are interested in my 2011 Keystone Bullet slide out travel trailer that is in great shape. It was used on holidays only, never lived in. It is like new inside and is absolutely dry, no smells, no mold. Outside, the condition is as it would be expected for an 11-year-old camper, in great shape overall. Never had any damage or accidents. Can sleep up to 8. The trees. The tires have been replaced recently. Will tow anywhere, needs nothing, hitch it up, and it is ready to roll. The price was reduced at 1,000 because my husband died 2 months ago. Hello. Red flag. My husband died, another widower. And what's sad is the people who do have are widowers, I feel a bit bad for them because scammers are terrible. And it says, oh my gosh, so I'm selling it so cheap. It brings very, very bad memories to me. Okay, why would you tell a complete stranger about a camper bringing bad memories to you? I found that weird. If you have any other questions or need more info, photos, please feel free to ask. Sincerely, Brianna. So I did. I said, could you please send more pictures and thank you? And I said, can you also, because my husband's like behind me, can you also ask this question? Can you also let me know the weight of the camper too, please, for hauling purposes? So then here we go. She sends these really long emails. Looks like it's copied and pasted. Thank you for replies. I explained in my previous email. See, my husband died again. Like, okay, I heard you the first time. I'm moving to Utah. I'm a regular eBay user. Okay, now mind you, this camper is where my husband works. It's in Pittsburgh, PA. I mean, hello. And eBay user, and now this new virus situation, I decided to use their services. You will pay eBay and you won't give me any money till you receive the test and the camper for 5 days. Who the hell do you know is only going to charge $1,000 for a 25-foot camper and deliver it to your house for free, give you 5 days to get your money back? Hello? I just am blown away by this shit. So anyways, please provide me your information, name, address, and phone number so I can register a buyer. And after, eBay will send an email with the terms and conditions with no obligation on buying, and also will confirm the fact that the transaction is conducted through them and I'm a legitimate seller, waiting for the email with requested details. So I send back, this is the pictures they sent me. It's all of a camper for sure. They did send really nice pictures of this camper. And this is what the ad actually looked like on Facebook. This is what you saw. This is the only thing I didn't print screen. Okay, so you keep on going down. And I said, thank you for the pictures, but there's no need for me to pay eBay. Okay. My husband works in the Pittsburgh area and he wants to come and look at the camper and we would pay for it then. If there's a time we can set up, we can haul the camper ourselves, so we do not need a delivery. And this is how you call them out. Okay. Look at this comeback. Look how it works. Honey, I'm going to show you how it works. Just love this. Number 1, I will contact eBay and give all the info about this deal. 2, they will email the forms which are needed for our deal. 3, will make a payment to eBay. 4, I'll send the camper to your location. You will send the money at eBay. 5, after you inspect the camper, decide to keep it, eBay will forward the funds to me. If the camper is suitable to you for any reason, your money will be fully refunded. I mean, come on, people. Are you really that stupid? So then I come back with that. Yes, this is a scam, so never mind. So then I go back to the original post of it's supposed to be the brother and sister. And I couldn't message because I blocked them for this reason, because when you go to the profile, watch what happens. They blocked me first. All I did was block messages. And look, even if I unblock, watch. Because I wanted to have the last day. I said, stop trying to scam people. But even if I unblock, because you can block Messenger or the whole or the whole Facebook. You go to I unblocked them and still look, they had me blocked. So that's how you know it's the same person. See? The Messenger's still there, but I blocked him because I have no use for this person. Blocked just on Messenger. But yeah, they had me blocked. So the camper scam is really freaking sad. And another thing I will tell you, that if you have a buyer on eBay who harasses you, there is nothing on eBay to report them. I Googled anything to report a seller and I'm getting nothing. The only thing that you can do is leave them a feedback. I swear we should have a private investigation on here with scammers. But there's no way to report an eBay seller. You all you could do is leave a review and say if they're crappy or not, but who's to say this eBayer, how are they doing this? If you are sending money through an eBay, what are they doing? Canceling the accounts? That's what I would like to know. I'd like to follow up to how they can use eBay like that and get away with scamming people. I don't know enough about, I've never sold on eBay. I've only shopped on there. So I know if a buyer is, or a seller is terrible, there's no way to report them except the reviews. And I know that I don't know how fast your accounts can be put up and taken down. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. But they're using eBay to steal money off of people. And I think eBay needs to pay attention and catch these people. Because there has to be a way. I don't know how they're doing it. I can't figure out how they're picking up the payment and getting away with it without, because anytime you have a transaction on eBay, I thought that stuff was recorded. I don't know. I've never been an eBay seller. I can't answer that question. But it's like, wow. And when you go to the marketplace and I type in campers near me, you can tell they're doing it more than once. So you go to the marketplace and campers for sale near me. Well, they're not there today. Of course, it's going to make me a liar. But there was about 5 or 6 of them. See, the prices on these are like $6,500, that makes more sense. But there was probably the 5 top postings last night were anywhere from $1,000 to $1,200. And those were all the scams, and they're not here today. These are all the regular priced. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I have a nephew who got a wonderful camper off of Craigslist, and I know my other niece's husband got a really nice one off of the Facebook Marketplace. But you just got to watch, and when they're not willing, whether it's COVID or not, if they're not willing to meet you in person, do not purchase things like that. And I knew as soon as I set it up, I told my husband, it's a scam, because that's what he said. What's wrong with it? I go, we'll find out. But I like playing stupid sometimes just to get information, just to get them to keep talking and giving me information. Because when they did that to me with the green dot card, I wrote it all down and I sent it to our local news station, and then they reported it. I thought that was funny. So you play dumb to get as much as you can if it's a news scam, and then report it to your local news station right on Facebook. Send them a private message, and believe me, they do read that stuff. Because I hate people taken for granted. Oh, that drives me nuts. Hey, Joe. You have to open a dispute. But what if they close their account? I mean, I don't know how they're doing it unless they're saying that they're going to take the payment through eBay. This is the only other option I could think of, and it's not eBay, but they're using eBay to get away with it. You know what I mean? Like they might be saying you have to send it through eBay, but how do we know it's an eBay account? They could be saying it's eBay because eBay's pretty much a trusted site, and maybe they're given a way to do it another way. See, I don't know. You know, if I was rich and I had the money, I would have kept going with it. If I had $1,000 to lose, I would have kept going with it to find out exactly how they get away with it. But I don't have that, so I couldn't call the bluff. I wish I could, because I would love to know if the money's actually going through eBay, because I don't want to give eBay a bad reputation for this. You know what I mean? Or how are they doing it? Because they could be saying it's eBay and then just give an account number or something for you to transfer it to. You know what I mean? I don't know how they're doing it. But I wish somebody was an investigator to find out. I would have kept going just to see. That's just like when I was back in Yahoo and I was working on computers. This guy's like freaking out. He was a friend of mine. He says, "The FBI is in my computer." And I said, "What?" He says, "The FBI is spying in my computer." I said, "How in the heck do you know the FBI is in your computer?" He says, "Because every time I fire it up, it keeps telling me the FBI is in your computer and you can't go any further. You can't log in." I said, "Dude, that's a Trojan. That's not the FBI." I said, "If the FBI wanted in your computer, they'd be in your house confiscating it." And he's like, "Oh my God, it freaked me out." He said, "Because I wasn't doing anything." I was dying. And I told him, I said, "What site did you get it off of?" So he told me, what do? I click on everything because I know how to remove them manually. Viruses and Trojans, I can take them right back off. So he goes, "Don't click on it." And I did. And I started getting the same thing he was getting. I said, "Listen, dude, this is how I do computer repair. The best way to do it is infect my computer, and then I can show you how to go in to take it out, because usually Trojans are logged into your registry." And as soon as I did, and there's a program out there that's free on the web called Trend Micro, and you can scan your computer with it while you're live for viruses and stuff. But if it picks up a Trojan, it will give you a path. It doesn't take a genius to do computer repair, ladies. It really doesn't. So Trend Micro will say HTTPS / go to your Windows folder or wherever it's at. It'll take you down the path and you just follow it by clicking into everything it tells you to go to. And all you do is right click and delete it. That's all it is. It's really not that hard. I got certified in computers when I first came online because I was like a sponge for this stuff. Because I didn't want to pay to take my computer to be repaired. And my husband's like, "If you break this, I'm not buying you another one." So guess what? I learned how to maintain my own computer. I learned how to format. I learned how to do everything I needed to do because I did not want somebody else touching it. And my very first computer lasted for 13 years and never saw a shop. And yes, I'm going to brag because I think that's pretty damn good for a female, especially when I wasn't young. I came on computers in my 30s. So if I can learn, you can learn. So I started teaching people how to maintain their computer back in Yahoo, and it was really cool because I had a server that I could download and it would take me right into your desktop and I could go fix your stuff. And it was really awesome because you're sitting there on your computer and you see your desktop, and it was a server that you download and I download. You give me your IP number and I would put it in and it would take me right into your desktop. It was so cool to see your whole computer top change into somebody else's computer. And I could go in and clean out your viruses. And I used to do that stuff for free. And then I took courses for it and I had a blast. and it was cool. And it was funny because I don't like technology. My husband had a fax machine when he was vice president of his union in the place he worked, and I hated that thing. I wanted to throw it out the damn window. And I had never touched a computer before that. So when I opened up this little box, I was so fascinated because you have to understand, I'm from a small town. I've never traveled a lot. I've never even been out of the United States. So, yeah, this little box, I go into my very first chat room and I hear Irish people and I hear English people from the UK and I hear Australian people and I hear Americans across the United States. And don't think I wasn't, oh my God, this is so cool. I was like a little kid. And I'm thinking, this box, it's got all these little stuff on it and it's bringing me these people from all over the world. This was me with my first computer. And I will never take it for granted because I love it that, you could go on vacation anywhere for like a week or two, but who do you really get to know? You come on the computer, you can talk to anybody, and it's so cool. So that was me, little kid in a candy jar when I turned on a computer. So, needless to say, the first thing I did, I'm going to share my computer journey. Every smiley face that was animated and moved, I saved it. I was on AOL dial-up, and I remember seeing these cute little faces sticking their tongue out at me and stuff, and it was all animated. So I'd right-click, save it, right-click and save it. I had so many animations on my computer, it was awful. I was like, this stuff is so cool, it moves. My husband's looking at me like I'm crazy. And he's going, if you crash this computer, that's how I was. It was funny. I'm in West Virginia, Joe. I'm in the top of West Virginia. I'm like really close to Pittsburgh Airport in PA. I'm right between Ohio and Pennsylvania. But it's cool because I can have you come visit me. I can have you in 3 states in like 20 minutes. And a friend of mine that I met in the chat room I went to on Yahoo, she was Australian and she came and stayed with me for 10 days. You know how cool that is? If it wouldn't have been for the computer, I wouldn't have met a woman from Australia that come to stay with me. I would not have flown on an airplane. And yes, I flew for my very first time and I was bouncing in my seat. I was like a little kid. Right before both of my girls left home, they were getting older, they had jobs and all that stuff. My one daughter was going off to college. I said, before you leave this house, you're going to fly with your mother because I had never flown. You're coming with me. So a friend of mine that I knew for 6 years on Yahoo, she had lupus and she was fighting. And it's sad because we were really close. Her name was Rita. She went by Sin Rider's Dreamcatcher. I loved her. She was from Florida and we became very close through chat. And then she moved to Mississippi. But before she moved to Mississippi, she came on one day and she said, sis, I just can't fight this anymore. She was in the hospital so much. And I always gave Rita my word I would meet her before she died. So I always stand up for my word. So when she came home and told me that, I had my tearful moment. I told my husband, we had a credit card that had nothing on it. And I said, I just did it. I went on to hotwire.com, booked a round trip down and back for a week. And I told the girls, I want you guys to come with me. And we had the best time. I got to spend a week with her, meeting her. We went to Fort Myers. We drove to St. Pete, met her at the Cracker Barrel, had breakfast, spent the day. And I have pictures of us together. She was an amazing person. And I'm so glad. The only thing I regret is I wish I would have had more time. I wish I could have stayed there for 2 weeks instead of a week. She begged me to stay, but I couldn't. I said, I'm out of money. I got to go home. But it was the best time. And 3 months later, I had her boyfriend Bob on my messenger and her brother Gary, who was a truck driver. And I met her and Bob when I was there. I didn't meet her brother. Bob told me she died 3 months later. And then Gary come on and told me Bob died. Here, Bob had cancer, and they had met in a back chat, where people had illnesses came to talk about their struggles. And I didn't even know he was sick. And but it was just the most incredible journey. So I don't look at the internet like some people do. I'm not going to say all, because some people come here to hide, play games, be stupid. To me, it means something to be able to see these people, talk to these people, and meet these people in person. We knew each other for 6 years before we met. So that's how long me and her hung out together online. And I am a time person. I don't like meeting somebody in a few months. It takes me time because I don't trust people, because I've seen too much crap go on, you know, which I'm sure we all have. But it just, to me, it brought me, like, I read books, but this brought me to life in a real life book, but it's real life people. You know what I mean? I hear about these places and books, and now I get to meet the people from them. Hey, Tita. So I've always never taken for granted what the internet means. So no matter how goofy I get, or when I give a damn bust and I come down on how people treat each other on here because I don't like people being treated like shit, that's why. Because I appreciate what is brought to me through the internet. I don't ever take it for granted. And I don't come on here to abuse people because I enjoy it. I only come down on the people that deserve it. And that usually takes a lot. I take a lot of crap, and then I give a damn bust, and then you're going to see a puppet show. And that's why. Because it's like, grow up. People, realize what you have right in front of you, and I hate that people take it for granted over stupid things, because I so appreciate it, because I would have never got to meet any of you, through chat or through YouTube. I would have never got to meet you if I wouldn't have had this computer, because I almost didn't get one. So to me, I will never take for granted the web. And I just don't think it's a place that people should come to abuse one another. It should be a good place where people appreciate each other. Yes, my puppets, Denise. But anyway, I will be right back. Give me a minute. I hear my dog prancing. I'm so out of shape. I'm back. She had to go pee. Oh, I took her out before I come down. She must have had to go again. Oh my goodness. They're like your little kids. Okay, so let's see. Should something heavier here to hold this up. Let's see if this will work. Probably not, but I guess it might. Okay, let me get my glue. My handy dandy glue. And we will work with the railroad crossing first. So maybe like this. And then I'll bouncing off my mouse. Welcome back. And we'll do a layout to see what this looks like. Because I don't want to overdo what I have. And I want to put some color. That's cool looking. And I thought about, I was going to do a pocket. Then I thought, no, because I'm just going to put one of those Velcro pockets, I think, in the back where if he wants to store stuff in it, he can do it that way. But I do want to get another Distress Hickey. We will do some ground espresso out of my ink pad. I'm going to ink these. Just this one. That looks better. I want to ink this one too. Okay. My little people keep falling down over here. Them up. Okay. Now I can glue. Glue these down very, very well because I want to finish this today. And I buy the see-through Velcro pockets off of Amazon, and I have them in a photo album foil binder. And that's where I store my dies. So straight. I'm going to use one of those pockets to give him a pocket in case he wants to store like receipts or something in it. But I'm hoping to actually finish this tonight. And hubby's going to come home from work after working his long shift. And he's nice enough to throw in some frozen pizza. So that's what we're having for dinner. So I don't have to cook. I made spaghetti and chicken salad this week and a bunch of other meals. I like having a break. Personally, I miss when he was on his other job. When he was on Daylight, we first got together because in the summer, he would give me an extremely long break. He would do all grilled food and I would make like macaroni salad or boiled potatoes. I'll tell you, this is so good for grill people. I love sharing recipes too. Is that I would take and slice potatoes up and boil them in onions. And we love onions, so. And I would take and put them inside after they would boil to where they fall apart where you stick a fork in them. I'd put butter, some garlic salt, some more onions, roll them all up into aluminum foil, and we would stick that on the grill. Oh, you want to talk about a delicious side dish. So scrumptious. It's got that grill taste. I love that charcoal grill food taste. We're a big onion family. Some people don't like it. Like my mom used to make macaroni salad. She would put onions and celery. My sister would be sitting there with her fork picking out all the onions and celery. Now, I'm not a celery person, but I do love my onions. Just a warning in case you smell bad breath. I like onions fried. I love them raw. I love them frozen where I can pull them out and cook with them. I love them any way I can eat them. Onion rings. Ugh. Yummy, yummy, yummy. But I will say this. When I made my chicken salad, which was the idea came from Sassy Sandy here. Sassy Sandy told me about chicken salad that she made for her hubby. So I had to make it. But when I did, I put banana peppers in it. Oh, it was so good. Yeah, is that the Angela? I was asking about that girl, Laura. Is she the one that used to be into drama? I was trying to figure out if it was the same one. Yeah, I know. I seen. I don't know if it's the same one. Take care, Joe. Thanks for coming in. Oh, jalapenos are so good too. I like jalapeno poppers. You know, it's funny. I'm reading the book, Losing It by Valerie Bertinelli. And I'm telling you, that book is so good. If you have, if you have weight issues where you're up and down and up and down, and you have, you know, things going on in your life, Losing It is such a good book. I learned a lot about Van Halen through that book. I saw them in concert when Eddie was alive. It wasn't with David Lee Roth, though. It was when they were with Sammy Hagar. But I'm telling you, I remember Eddie playing a solo on the screen above us, and he was an amazing guitar player. But her book is so good. It just, to me, she had a book club that she went to, and they help her with peace. Like, it was such a struggle she had in her marriage and with weight, and I love Valerie Bertinelli. I remember watching her when she was on One Day at a Time with Mackenzie Phillips as a kid. That was one of our favorite shows. But it's incredible. But anyways, it's just a really good read. I'm reading in the middle of reading it right now, and I really like that book. And she was talking about how book clubs talk about stuff and different things that they covered, is like how they, I don't know, just the communication she liked about it. But it's a really good read. I bought it off of Thrift Books. If you haven't read it, I recommend it. It's a good one. I love my books. So now we're going to do the other side. So we're going to flip over here. Okay, this is going to be fun. Hold on. I got to take out the contents. We're going to do it this way to make it easier. Because if not, it's just going to be flipping on me. Okay. And then over here is going to be the broken crossroads. Because I broke it because I fussy cutted it too hard. We're going to lay that there. But I think he will enjoy this. I'm so excited. I can't wait now. His birthday. Well, I guess I could give it to him for Father's Day because his birthday is in August. So I might do this as a Father's Day gift. And then June the 9th is there. It's going to be a busy summer. We got 4 graduation parties. My parents' 60th wedding anniversary is on June the 9th. 60 years. Can you imagine? And this side's a little bigger, but that's okay. I kept fussy cutting that circle. This is going to look a little wonky. Definitely not perfect. Okay, and I cut this by accident too. I thought this was really cool. So I think I'm going to do this side a little differently. Lay this down how I want this to go. Just going to do it like right there. I accidentally cut the top of this one off. So I'm going to have to glue that down too. Me and my choppy. This was hard to fussy cut. This was definitely a cussy cut piece right here. So we're going to take this. I'm going to put this right down here. And then this is like just close. Just going to take this, use something to measure with. I'll just use this as a piece. right here. It's not perfection, just guesstimation. Excuse me. And then we're going to take this piece. We're going to glue this on this side where I actually cut it off. Come on. Don't you move. Stay there. That's cute. So I won't need this piece. So we'll set that to the side. And let's do maybe like this one here. Maybe I want that bridge in there too. And then this looks good like this, huh? I love that ticket. The ticket's just so cute. Okay, where is... Oh, there it is. Gonna get my handy dandy crocodile. This. Okay, Tammy. The heck are you doing? What are you doing, girl? Messing up is what I'm doing. Okay. The hole was too big. Darn it, anyways. For my crocodile. What the heck did I do with my markers? I bet you they're upstairs. Or maybe not. What are these? Well, we can use colored pencils. That will work. I need a black one. Watch me not have the color black. Of course not. Well, don't you just suck? Let's see here. I know I have more down here somewhere. I just don't know where they're at. They're in a container. What did I do with the container? Hell, I don't know. Every time I clean, I lose stuff. So, shoot. I don't even have a Sharpie down here. Jeez, Tammy, get with it. What can I use? Think really fast. This should work. That'll work. Okay. So now we're going to take, this is cute. It says Express Southwest Destination. Cute little ticket. I found this in images. I'm telling you, Google is so bad. You can't even put train images and come up with decent stuff. You got to put in locomotive. I mean, can we be even pickier? Ooh, fancy. So when you type in locomotive images, you can come up with a bunch of really cute stuff to add to your crafting. But it's like, gosh, Google, give me a headache. I'm gonna pull out my damn thesaurus just to freaking Google stuff. I mean, really. Okay. And then we have the bridge. The bridge over troubled water. I remember singing that in chorus. God forbid I sing. I would definitely empty out a live stream really fast. I'll read the stream here in a second. Okay. So what you think, people? I think it's cute. See? Now, I was going to decoupage over top of this, but I don't want it to look like it's stained up, being that it's chipboard. So I figured this is the front. It says, I love that stencil. I was going to draw around it, but you know what? I'm just going to leave it. And that's that really, I did that with this stuff here. You know, I don't exactly know what this is used for. It's an opal polish, and it's got this. I won this as a giveaway from Michelle Girly Girls, your crafting source sale. And it has this with it, but it didn't work like Nuvo mousses for me because that's how I was using it. It's a squishy, like marshmallowy, but it's really pretty. It says, create a polished opal sheen and add a shimmering highlights to your crafting projects. And when you open it up, it's got like a really, there's like a, it's like a light purple that's like a shimmer in this. But I use it with my paintbrush to stencil with. And that's what I did this with. And I don't know if you can see it. I want you guys to get a really good, it's not showing the sheen. It's just showing the white stuff, but it's like iridescent. Like there's a shimmer. And it's really pretty. But that's what I did with the stencil. And then this is the back of it. And I think this turned out wonderful. And to find this itself, Hobby Lobby. Chipboard binders is what it's under. They have different sizes. But I wanted to get what regular notebook paper fitted because Mousy Deb made me one. I love this in a Happy Mail. And this shows the difference in the size. I'll show you the one she made me. See the difference? The bottom is there. That's how much difference on the top. So this is a bigger one. So I think this was, what is 11 by 13 for 8 by 10 paper? I don't know. Something like that. Let me get my roller. The one that Mousy Deb sent me is, I love this roller too, is exactly 13 from top to bottom, 13 inches by 10 and 11 18ths. Gosh, I can't see. Or 11 16ths, I mean. Yeah. It's by 10 and 11 16ths this way. I love this. I love this. She would put a strap on it. And then mine is, no, I'm not smart. I bought a ruler. It has all the measurements on it. I hate measuring. 11 3/4 inches downward, and acrosswards it is 10 3/4. This ruler is amazing. See that? See that, people? If you don't like reading rulers like me, this one does it for you. Amazon. Maddie bought it, saw it on hers, had to have it because I hate guessing measurements. I'm not a measurer. I'm like a dish dash that, that's just how I learned to cook. I only do cups and maybe tablespoons and teaspoons, but that's it. So this is a smaller one, and I believe I got, I can't remember if it was 2 for $12 or one was for $12, but these are really nice from Hobby Lobby. So if you're interested in doing one of these after seeing it, there you go. Hobby Lobby has everything you need for this. And now I can put the insides back in. I think I might go a little lower on the notebook paper though, because it is a little thick. So this comes with sleeves in it, just so you know. When you buy the chipboard from Hobby Lobby, you get 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 protective sleeves. 10, 9, yeah, I think 9. Around 9 or 10 protective sleeves is what you get in with the binder. So this all comes with it. And then we're going to half this paper as I put it in. Let's see, leave this amount in. And then these were the pages I bought off of Denise. I copied these and then cut them so that he would see railroad stuff between each category. I was going to do tabs, but then I thought, because take some of this out. These are longer, so he can actually use these as tabs. And I was trying to make this totally masculine for him. I didn't want any, like, because I thought I was looking at stencils of flowers. I thought, no, because I want this to be a father's, like a manly gift. Okay, pay attention to what you're doing. I make things so hard for myself. Okay. Put this here. And then this, we're going to weed out some paper. I can always give him excess paper to add later. But he loves doing his bills and stuff in a binder, so that's good. So I thought he would enjoy this. It's kind of bunching. But look how cool that is. Isn't that cool? I love it. Open it up to there, see here, and then he can see blueprints from the Ohio Railroad, and there's a letter, everything to do with railroad. And then what I'll do is put one of those pieces back here as a pocket that I have Velcro on. I'm going to stick that back here to store. And then there we go. That is my dad's homemade present. I love this. He doesn't watch my YouTube, so he won't know. But I love this typing paper, Denise. Thank you for the pieces. And this piece here came from the web. It's just some kind of service for a railroad society. But the rest of the papers in here came from Denise's stash. I wanted it to look typed. And then this image I found on Pinterest. And like I said, it's given as a gift. It's not for sale. So Pinterest, you can get copyrighted images. You got to be careful. Lots of copyrighted images. You'll see like little circles and stuff on them. Sometimes they don't put copyrights on them, but they still could be copyrighted. So as a gift, I don't mind using copyrighted stuff because it's not being sold. But when I sell my stuff, that's a different story. I have to get a lot more pickier. But I think it turned out really, really cute. I still have railroad pieces. And sometimes if you know that people are working on stuff or like gifts or whatever, I could always send this in a happy mail to somebody if they're interested. I like this bag too. I think this bag is cute. I think I got this from BMA. One of her sales. But I'll cut the rest of these out. I will cussy cut them and store them in here. And I really didn't have a lot left over except for that and these and a couple items upstairs. And these were just all off. These I think are like, I can't remember if I typed in vector pictures. But I'm happy. I think that's so pretty. And I made a altered journal for one of my mother's friends, and she's in love with it. She goes, I could tell you put so much work into it. She really liked it. I made one for my mom, and she ended up liking my mom, so I made her one. I love doing the gift giving too. It's not always about selling your stuff. It's also just to gift give. So I thought that was nice. But yeah, I like this. This here, I'll probably never travel. This is one of my altered books. I had fun making this one. And sometimes I leave images in them that are colorful, if the book is colorful enough. And this is just an altered book. No signatures. Just counting 5 pages, tearing out so many. And here's a little tuck spot. This was a book that came into my bookstore, and it had a great big gash in the cover. You can see where the gash was. Nobody wanted it, so I turned it into a traveling journal. And I put map images of different places, even though I never get to go out of the country. I still think it's cute. And this is my dyed paper. It's a mint green. I don't know if it's showing up or not. It is a mint green. I need to make some more dyed paper. I had a request for my coffee dyed here not too long ago. So my coffee dyed paper. I had a whole bunch in my Etsy. So my Etsy store's collecting dust. But I had a whole bunch in my Etsy store and I sold out. A whole bunch of Australian women bought my paper. But I think what I'm going to do too is I'm going to scan some of these and turn them into digitals too. That way you don't run out if you'd like to print. Look how cool that is. I love my coffee dyed papers. The only thing I haven't played with yet is tea dyed. I want a tea dye. But I like the grungy paper. So I need to make some more. My last live, so I have not had a live sale in a really, really long time. Since last June, I think. But I had packs of these made and they sold out. I have the cheapest dyed paper you will find. Somebody told me I had a whole bunch made up. I had a pile on the back of my couch in my dining room. I had pink, orange, yellow, green, coffee dyed. And I'm talking days. It took me to make this days, like piles and piles, because I was trying to work up my own stash. Well, then I had a live sale and I opened my big mouth and I showed people. And Yesenia, I love her. She ordered every single color by the 50s. And I'm like, oh shit. I mean, thank God I had a bunch of paper dyed beforehand, but I still took me 3 days to fill her order. She ordered a massive box of my coffee dyed paper. Like, I'm squishing it into the box, just try to ship it, but I bless her because I've never sold that much dyed paper in my life. But my paper is usually I will do 10 of each color is how I had it. It was like a rainbow in my store for I think it was like 5.50, but it's gonna go up to 6.50. And when I looked at other people's prices, I said, "No wonder people were buying my paper." I looked at other people's Etsy's and, well, they were selling like double. So, but to me, I figured 10 colors a sheet. I'm 10 for a buck kinda girl. I can't help it. So that's what I had them for. I had 10 of each color for a dollar, and I never charge for my time or my electric because I do bake my paper. I don't charge for all that. The only thing I charge for is the actual papers because I'm gonna do it anyways. That's how I look at it. I'm going to dye papers for myself, so while I'm doing it, why not dye it for other people? So I probably do lose money on the electric part, but it is what it is. But I do know that there's a lot of people that will dye them and eco. They just lay them all out on the floor or on tables or outside or and I don't. I bake mine because I like the bake feeling when they're done. I cook my paper. And I have done a video on it for people it's never dyed paper. It's really easy. I take 2 big cookie sheets and I put aluminum foil over both of them, and I lay out my pages on my cookie sheets. I put my oven on, like, 250, and I bake my papers, each set, like, 15 minutes apiece. Um, Sometimes you can pile up 2 or more pages on top of each other, like, not exactly on top of each but you know what I mean, like, layer and go to the side. But you have to be careful because you don't it sometimes they'll still be wet underneath, so you don't wanna pile a whole bunch. Like, I'll do a paper here, and then, like, a paper here, and then so forth, where they're not all bunched together because they won't come out of the oven dry, and they bake up fine. You don't gotta worry about fires. The only time you gotta worry about fires if you don't have it on the cookie sheet and it hits your actual oven. Well, that doesn't happen when you use a cookie sheet. Or, they're not on my racks or hitting my oven. They just lay across the cookie sheets. They bake up fine. But that's how I made all of these papers in here. And some people use certain foods. Like, I never could get red. Everything I try red turns pink, but there is a way to do red. I think somebody did it. I don't know if it's beets or something. I don't know. They use something food wise. Mine are coffee. I have not done tea yet. My orange came, believe it or not, Crystal Light, because I couldn't get the orange food coloring. I don't like mixing colors when it comes to paper. So, food coloring, Crystal Light was another one. The only thing about Crystal Lights, you have little flecks on it. And, because I don't drink Crystal Light, but I saw orange and I thought, I'll try it. And that's what you do. You just walk down the aisles of your grocery store and look for stuff. But I can say this, I could never get Kool-Aid to work. I don't know what the secret is for Kool-Aid. I've heard people tell me they use Kool-Aid. My Kool-Aid turned out to look like nothing. No color came out at all. So I don't know what they do to get Kool-Aid to work, but it never worked for me. And the stronger your coffee, the more your dyed paper turns out with all this goodness. Um, when you do food coloring, it's better to go like the Dollar Tree where you can get them cheaper. And what I do is I have a fried skillet, the electric skillet. That's what I use. I run plain water through my coffee pot to make it hot, and I set it in that electric skillet and let it cool. But before I do, I put about 10 drops of, say, green food coloring, 10 whole drops in a 12 pot of coffee in that. And I will leave it sit till the steam goes away and it gets warm. I don't like it hot, but I don't like it too cold. I like it just right in the center. And then I put gloves on, of course, latex, whatever. You can use kitchen gloves. It doesn't matter, kind you wash dishes with. And I lay my paper down in the electric skillet. I turn it over, flip it through again, lay it on the cookie sheet. And that's how I do it every single time. But it's a day's work because when I do it, I would say approximately with a 12 pot of water, whether it's coffee or the other, because the whole 12 doesn't fit in the electric skillet. So I have a little bit left. I probably I'm going to guesstimate. I'll check next time for sure to give you an amount, but I know it's at least 150 pages a day I can do. But it's a whole day. It's nonstop. I set my timer on my microwave. I sit in the kitchen, craft, do whatever. Sometimes dishes, and every 15 minutes I rotate that paper. When you pull it out of the oven, it doesn't need to cool off. You can pull it right off. The cookie sheet, it's not hot. The cookie sheet's hot, but the paper isn't. And I pile it next to me on a stand until I do 50 pieces of each color and 50 dyed. I think it was 150 I got out or more. I don't know. I'll have to do a count on that. But what I do is I'll put 50 pages this way and 50 pages this way, so I can keep count how much I make of each color. Now, sometimes you have to watch your printer paper when you do this, because if your water's too hot, that's why I say go for it when it's warmer. Because if it's too hot, when you go to dip your paper through, it'll tear because it's wet. So you have to be really careful when you lay it on your cookie sheet. Now, when you lay it on your cookie sheet, it's cool, because if you have, say, for instance, I haven't played with this, but it would be fun. Say, for instance, you have metal, cookie cutters, like stars and that. You probably could lay it on your sheets. It'd be nice if you could find ones that would bake in your oven with your coffee, because you probably could get those figures out on your paper. But sometimes I'll leave it set on top of the stove and play around. And you can leave it set in the wetness for a little bit. It depends on how much time you have to coffee dye. And how they get the real pretty doily look is, I remember when I was a kid, my mom used to have the kind of doilies that were plastic. And what they do is she would have a whole set on one of her stands. And they take the plastic ones and they lay them on the floor. I saw a crafter do this. She lays all her stuff out wet on the floor on top of, I don't know what she uses, blankets, whatever, plastic sheets. Maybe it was plastic table linens. That might have been what it was. And then she puts the plastic doilies over top of them, and she lets them dry like that, just with the air. And that's how you get the real cool doily look in your coffee paper. There's so many different ways of dyeing. I mean, I've seen some people just lay it in their backyard and sprinkle grass or lay leaves or whatever, and they get really pretty eco dyes out of it. Now, if I did that here, my paper would blow all over the neighborhood. So it's hard for me to get a still day to be able to eco dye. But sometimes I wonder what rain would do. If you laid your paper out with coffee on it and raindrops hit, I wonder what the paper would look like. I don't know. I think of stuff like that. I haven't tried none of that yet, but it's all an experiment. You just play, That's what I do. And I know sometimes people work and they can't have that time to play, so they buy off of other people because of that reason. And I don't blame them, because I love Amy's papers. She makes the best dyed papers ever. And I have some of her papers. I think I did a video on some of her papers. And I like Denise's papers too. Look how pretty that is. Your green is pretty too, Denise. But Amy's got, I I don't know what I did with her paper. I have tons of her paper, and it's just, I just love I'm like a dark color. Love the dark colors. I don't know. I got a bunch of her papers here somewhere. But she makes really pretty papers. So sometimes I'm lazy and I don't feel like dyeing, so I buy off other crafters. But that's just me. But I'm so glad this is finished. I'm so happy with this. I can't get over how nice this turned out and the cute images I found in the paper that Denise had. And it was just so funny because this had been on my mind. And when I went in Denise's sale and she pulls out these plastic envelopes and says, look at all this rubber. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, jackpot. Because this has been going on in my mind for months before I even saw her sale. And I thought, perfect. She's got the perfect paper. So see, it was meant for me to be in that particular sale. I was like, yes. And I love the color of this paper. Look how pretty that is. Even if this chipboard was that color, oh, love it. Hey, Christine. But just an idea. And Sandy, guess what I opened? Where's my sassy Sandy? Gosh, I cannot spell. Sassy Sandy, paging Sassy Sandy. There she is. Guess what I opened today, woman? Oh my gosh, Sandy. I told you. I could not believe this. I can't wait for you to see this video. This is a large flat rate box. I cannot even fit this. Wait till you see this. Clear to here. I mean, this box is huge. Oh my gosh, let me tell you how long it is. I am going to brag up this box like there's no tomorrow. This is, I'll tell you how long it is. 18 to here. It's approximately 14 inches long. And this was Michelle Scott's Stock Your Stash. And I opened this as a video, but since you're on the live stream, she does these Stock Your Stashes. And at the end of the day, she does a giveaway where she'll do A, B, C, and D. And whoever wins by the number, you get a prize behind it. The second day, she does the same thing. When you do the Stock Your Stash, me and Sandy participated in this. I know there's hundreds of dollars in this box. I know there's a little over 100 because every time she has these, I go crazy. And I'm going to show the people in here that's never been to one of her sales, even though you'll see this as an unboxing video. Tons of stuff. I'm talking fabrics. There's military. Isn't that pretty? I love that's navy. She does doilies, all kinds of I just can't even describe her sales. More fabrics, and this is bundles. Like she'll sell these as bundles besides separate. I got this off of her stream. It's like a fun chipboard to play with. Even if I don't use this, my daughter will. And I love that she had this. This was vinyl. My daughter has a Cricut. She's going to love this. Those were one of her stickers. Wait a minute. Oh my goodness. This box was never ending. More fabric. And this isn't to brag. I like showing people the items that I get from people so that if you want to shop for this stuff, you know where to go. So she has pieces of lacy stuff. Michelle is a riot. She's got the best personality, I swear. Here's some of her stuff. I'm going to show you the doilies. Oh my God, the doilies. These are pieces you can turn into snippets. That's why I love her fabrics, because she always has flippies you can do for fabric flips. And the first day at the end of her sale, this is why I stressed. Hey, Christine. Oh my goodness, I haven't seen you in ages. Christine Romero. Christine R. How have you been, woman? Well, the reason why I'm stressing this is because at the end of day one, I was in one of her drawings and won, and I got $20 off my entire order. Because this is what she does at the end of her sales. So me and Sandy were in there, and on the second day, I won all of this for free. She has A, B, C, and D. And like I said, you pick a letter, whatever's behind it. It could be $10 off. It can be free shipping. It could be your order for free. It could be whatever she decides. I cannot believe I won this entire order free. Then on top of it, I had $10 off from the day before. So I paid $11 for shipping for all of this. And I was like, holy, and then Sandy got the free shipping. So I got like hundreds of dollars worth of items here for free. Because I know I always give her a big order because she does it like every 3 months or something like that. And that's all I paid for all of this. And here is, so I mean, you just never know. There's a collar. There's some lace. There's this huge piece. That's like I'm saying, it's you would not believe how great her sales are. And like I said, it's all in the numbers you pick. She only does 1 through 15. She asks the person that's modded with her, go up or down, and it's the first people that have the numbers. And that's how she does it. Her giveaways are so much fun. Look at that. Got to show you all this stuff too, besides the fabric. I just couldn't believe it. And she's my crack dealer too, by the way. My crack dealer. It's funny. It's a joke. I love ideals, and she finds them for me, and she gives me a really good deal on them. She shops for me every time she goes out because I cannot find them here. I used to find them at St. Vincent's, but I haven't seen them in a while. So she calls it my crack. It's so funny. She goes, I got your crack, woman. And look at these laces. Look at this piece. Oh my God, this piece is so vintagey looking. But she, some people will do giveaways like every so often, and she just does them once at the very end of her sale, and that's all she does. But they're worth it if you get lucky. And I got lucky. I got very lucky. But whatever you're low, and that's her whole thing, is when you start getting low on any of the items you use, that's why she calls it stock or stash. So I got all that, and then I'm still not done. She had time cards. She had tickets, late tickets. She had definition cards. And look at these. On top of all that, tell me this is not spectacular. God, I love her doilies. I have no clue where this girl shops, but her stuff is amazing. I felt like a kid at Christmas. Getting all this for the price I paid. Yeah. I told her I felt guilty. I even messaged her and I said, I feel so guilty for taking all this for free. And these you can cut into squares. If you want to, you can snip them. Oh my God, these are so gorgeous. This is one set. And she has these as build-a bundles for 10. And then here's the second one. Look at this one. I love bragging up Scotty because I just love her. She's got the best persona. She's awesome. Goofy. Love her goofiness. And she doesn't live far from me. Look at that. Oh, these designs. Oh, they kill me. Look at that. And that one. And I got all of it for free. And look at this piece. I mean, how can you beat that? It's like, I told her, I said, I feel like I robbed you. All this goodness. But that's everything. Unbelievable. That huge, huge box of items. And on top of that, I had bought my ideals off her before that. She gave me a really good deal. She's helping me stock my ideal collection. So I'm going to put her link in the stream. So if you ever see her, you got to come check her out. Just remember, she's Michelle with one L. And on her channel, she started a while ago. She was here before me. She has done some of the most incredible things with her channel. That's why she's so popular, is she shows how to make homemade things to where you don't have to go to buy the expensive stuff in the store. If you want to make gesso, she teaches you how to make homemade gesso. Anything homemade is on, and that's why her channel is so good. Besides her funny persona, and she used to bartend like me, so we have that in common. So you could just imagine her sense of humor. She's just an amazing person. Her channel's growing too. She's almost at 7K. I'm so happy. I hope she does because she deserves it. She's awesome. Sandy loves her too. She'll tell you when she gets to know you too. She says, I love your face. And her mom, Marsha, is so cute. She calls me her #1 fan. She's actually an author. She's about to release her first set of romantic books. And for romance, I cannot wait till she releases. I'm going to be the first one to buy one, but I tease her all the time. Her mother is so funny. Now, when I met Michelle, both of them were on her live stream. And I just think her mom's cute. She reminds me a lot of her mom, her sense of humor. Mama Marsha. Except she spells her name like my sister-in-law. It's like Marcia, not like Marsha with a SH. That's how my sister-in-law's name spelled too. Marcia. Something different. But her mom is a sweetheart. I can't wait till her books come out. They'll be fun. So it makes it nice. So that is my overflowing Scotty box. But I still can't believe I won all this for free. Oh my goodness. My husband was like, I said, guess what? I ordered a whole bunch off of Scotty. He goes, what? What? You ordered more crafts? I said, and I got it for free. He couldn't complain. That was a good one. I told her, I said, I don't know who's happier about this, me or my husband. She was laughing. Because he don't have to foot the bill. Oh my God, this box is heavy. Ugh. But yes, she hooks us up. She's a lot of fun. I had so much stuff to put away. And Sandy, I still cannot find those letters. I know Sandy's going to come to West Virginia and she's going to spank me. And look what I found. Sitting right in front of me. My markers. So I can redo this a little better. They were sitting on the floor. And I totally missed them. See what happens when you clean? They could be sitting right in front of my face and I still wouldn't see them. So now I actually can make this better. Than the pen I used. Yeah, that looks way better. These markers, I don't know if any of you have tried them. I do have cardstock from Walmart that they do not leak through, but they have leaked through some of the adult coloring books I have. But I actually got these off of Marianne's Paper People a long time ago. They are the Faber-Castell 20 grip color markers. Long-lasting markers can be hydrated even if the caps are left off. And what you do is, they're really cool. Very dark, too, when you color with them. But it says, long-lasting markers can be rehydrated if caps are left off. Just dip the tip into water. And they're supposed to last you. So I think it's interesting. They're non-toxic. They're washable. And they have like this really nice grip to them. I really like them. I've colored with them on cardstock from Walmart and they don't leak. But like I said, I did it in a adult coloring book and they did leak. But these colors and stuff are so pretty. I can't find anything either, to tell you the truth. We have two antique mall places here. And it's like their prices are all over the place. Oh no, here comes trouble. Hey, CDC. Here comes trouble, people. That's the trouble. He comes in here. I usually call him College because I met him under the idea with College in it. You missed it earlier, College. I was talking about a scammer earlier. You need to go back and rewatch. There's a camper scamming going on the marketplace on Facebook. Very interesting. But oh, no, I'm talking about vintage stuff. I go to our mall and it's weird. Like one of the vintage places I go to besides the mall, okay, like I don't even know how to explain this. Their prices are all over the place. You go into the vintage mall near me and you can't find cabinet cards. They're like $6 a piece and they're the crappiest. They don't even have folders with them or nothing. But yet I can find really nice 1800 albums for $50 filled with pictures and the clasps still work. I don't get it. I found a couple. I haven't been over there in a really long time, but I was going over there quite frequently, like once every couple weeks, but I haven't been there in a while. But I sold those 2 that I found on my live sale. One was the hardcover and the other was a nice one. Well, then you go to the hankies. Sometimes you can get 4 for a buck because it's a whole bunch of different vendors, excuse me, in the mall. So the price ranges are all over the place. And I could get cards for like sets of cards for reasonable. But when you go to the section where the aprons are and all that kind of stuff, it's so outrageous. I couldn't even sell them in a live sale because the prices are just too high. So I pass on those. And then there's a place that actually collects furniture and they have different vendors upstairs. Most of the downstairs is furniture, but the upstairs, I got very lucky because I found newspapers from like the 1800s, which I sold already. I found tobacco. I kept buying the tobacco bags. And every time I would go down there, I would spend $10 because they were like a buck a bag. So I sold them for 2 to make my money back and my gas because it's a travel. And I bought out all the tobacco bags and I sold them on like every one of my live sales. And I actually bought the vendor out. So then there's that. So then you go into the mall and you will see postcards ranging from $1 to $3. You don't see any past 3 though. It's usually $1 to $3 no matter how old they are. Then I go to the other antique store and he's got 4 for a dollar. Or he has random ones. Like some are $1 a piece and some are $3, but they're random. It's not like he prices all the vintage ones the same. I don't know. It's just really wild the price ranges on different things here. But I'm used to I guess I'm a little spoiled because I'm used to finding deals sometimes of the vintage postcards where I get I never pay $1 a piece. I usually get them for like, let's see, how was it? I can't remember how I figured this out. But I do find random ones because I like collecting those cards because I do want to turn some into digitals because they're out of copyright. I have a whole entire album filled of out of date um vintage postcards. But here is, let me see, kind of deals I like. I mean, sometimes I've paid more than that. It depends on if I like the card though. But for the most part, if I buy in bulk, I get, let's see, 13, 14, 15, 16, $17 I paid for 32 cards. So that's less than $1 a card. 17 into 32. But I don't look at what eBay sells. It's like $1. No, what did I do? I don't know if I have any other purchases like that or not. I'm looking. But mostly like almost double what the price is. If it's double cards, then what the price is usually what I go for. But it just depends on where you shop. It's like it's all over the place here. The price ranges are crazy. But we have feed sacks here. We have um I don't live in Virginia. I live in West Virginia though. Virginia is a ways for me to travel. It's a pretty state though. The only time I was ever in Virginia was a long time ago when I was on my way to Tennessee, and I went to Virginia Beach when my husband was in the Navy because he was stationed in Norfolk. But that's it. But Virginia is a hike for me. But that would be fun. I like checking out, like, I want to do a road trip. That's why I want a camper, Denise. I keep telling hubby, get a camper so we can go traveling and looking, because a couple times, like, we went to our closest recycling center, which it's over in Toronto, Ohio, and we make a trip to recycle, and they'll pay you for whatever you have. It's not a lot, but hey, it's gas to get there. Um, I don't know about now though with gas prices hiking, but I would go on the map on Google and put antique places near these places. And every time I would go out to look for stuff, all the places were closed down. Like they no longer existed, but they're still in Google. It's like, what the heck? I feel like every time I get to a new town to explore, all the businesses are gone. You know what I mean? It's disappointing because when we were over there, I was looking and I couldn't find any thrift places. It's awful. But I had really? Oh my gosh, that would be crazy. But estate, the only reason why I found out about the estate sale when I did the quilters is because there was a guy, I didn't even know it was an estate sale. It was a guy selling fabric and it was on table, and I asked if he had any left and he said, "Yes, but only in squares." And I said, "Oh." I said, "Well, how much do you have?" And we got to chatting and he said, "I'm actually cleaning out this woman's mother's house, and she has a bunch of stuff." Like, he got rid of her Singer or Singer sewing machines and all this stuff. And I said, "Well, what's left?" And he says, "Oh, there's a lot." And I said, "Well, give me an idea." So he was telling me, and I said, "Well, how about we talk about lot prices?" Showed up in a couple towns away from me. Me and my daughter went and met him in a parking lot at one of our local restaurants and gas station places. And his whole car filled. Well, I'm talking like fabrics and jewelry and man's ties. I mean, there was so, and I asked him, "How much you want for the lot?" And he said $65. I was thinking, is he kidding me? That's how I got that's how I got her, people. Where do you think Stella came from? She came from this lot. She was in there and there was a bunch of stuff buried. I had no clue what was in what he had until I bought a whole carload for $65. I mean, hello. So I brought it home. And then a little later, he told me he was up there doing another D-stash. And I asked, and he says, "Just come and look." So we was outside his house. There was totes and totes. My husband went with me. And I said, "Well, make it do." He goes, "I don't know what to charge for this stuff." He's not a crafter. That's what you need to do. You need to find people who don't know anything about crafting. He had totes and totes full of stuff. I said, "Give me a price." And he says, "Does 100 sound fair?" I'm like choking. Like, yeah. So we loaded up. It's $165 is what I brought home. I had to go through everything. I had to sort everything. We're talking like tons of rickrack, seam binding, sewing kits. Like, there was everything to do with quilting, except there was no quilts done. It was like fabrics, and I had batting, rolls of batting. And I come on and did a 2-day live sale, which I will never do again. I will say this, I will never do another 2-day live sale on YouTube. But $165 I made $700 on that sale. I kid you not. And I worked my ass off for that $700. Hey, Lori. So it was worth it, but see, there's people telling me on the other side that were watching the sale and stuff saying, "Oh my god, I can't believe you sold that fabric that cheap. Oh my god." I said, "Listen, I don't go to eBay and price up my stuff. For one thing, all eBay prices are not accurate. When you're on your computer, you go to the top part and you look at what it's sold for. Just because something's $100 for sale doesn't mean that's what it's worth. You actually look what the item sold for, and it gives you more of a better value where eBay is concerned. I don't look up nothing. This is the way I look at it when I do my sales. If I get something cheap, you're going to get it cheap because I have seen, I mean, when you're sitting here and you're watching somebody get a vintage album full of postcards, and it's not that big of an album, and they paid $4,000 for it. I'm like, what are you smoking, people? I'm not paying $4,000 for a vintage album full of postcards. I mean, I don't know where this person's getting his stuff. He's either jacking up his price. I don't know, but that's just not something I would. I have better things to spend money on than $4,000 on postcards. If you're going to give me $4,000 worth of postcards, it better be a tractor trailer full. That's all I have to say. So my whole thing on my channel is I don't look up nothing. I price it to what I think that I would pay for it. And that's what I sell it for. Because I want you guys to have a deal. And a lot of that fabric I sold and stuff was $1 a piece. There was stuff I was throwing. She had so much fabric. It wasn't even fat quarters. There was times I had a couple yards for $2. Like, I really gave steals on this and still made a profit. You know what I mean? If I would have charged top dollar, I probably could have probably doubled what I made. But the whole thing about my channel and selling is not about money because I'm a thrifty buyer. When I go out, I'm not going to buy something for a quarter and then say, "Here, I'm charging you $10 for it." I'm not a ripoff. So when I buy stuff for cheap, I'm going to give it to you cheap. If I buy something for $1, I might do $1.50, $2, depending on what the product is, but I'm not going to do it with higher amounts because I just feel like there's a lot of people that come to my stream who are thrifty buyers and they live on fixed income. They have retirements. There's a couple crafters in the community that one of them, she's like bedridden. Like she can't even get up. She sits in her chair and that's about it. Like she can't walk. So they can't get out and do this thrifting shopping. So I feel like I want to be your shopper. You know what I mean? But I see that there are some channels that like taking advantage of it and they charge top dollar. And I just think it's ridiculous because, it's different if you have eBay sellers on your channel and they want to jack the prices up, I guess. But I'm talking like us crafters because some of us are poor. I can't afford 4,000. No matter how rich you think I am from my Sunny Fun Time mails, I would never pay that for an album of postcards. I don't care what's on them. They could have the most beautiful horses in the world and I still wouldn't pay that much. But I can't remember how much I paid for that album. I don't know if I can find the receipt for that or not. There's an online, excuse me. There's an online, it's not eBay, it's a different site that does house cleanouts. It's out of Missouri, and it is an auction place that I go to. And I bought some stuff, and I'm going to show you the receipts because I want you to see that not everything has to be top dollar. And what kills me is one of these sellers shops in the same state I do. The one that got the $4,000, he shops in the state. I never see that stuff in that state for that high of a price. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to call him a liar, but I think that was way too much. So this is going to give you an idea of some of the items that I got off of this site. I haven't showed them yet. I have them, but I just they're my petting stuff. So I go into this auction, and this is shipping and everything with it. This was from the Pennsylvania Picker, okay? And they sent their stuff because you can send to this auction house online and you make money off of it. They, of course, they charge a percentage. But the Valentine lot came to $75. That's it. And I had a subtotal. It was $293 for the service. There was no tax. The shipping was $22.59. So my total was $100.52. And that's what I paid for all of these. Not 4,000 people. 140 something. And I'm trying to find out. Oh, there it is. It's Gibson Valentine die cuts. It was a whole lot of them from the mid 20th century. And there was a bunch. I love Valentines. I bought postcards and railroad stuff. This just give you some of the ideas. This here was $28 for the railroad stuff. And it was $21.89 and $1.50. The subtotal came to $23.39, but it ended up being $51.39 is what the total came to. And it was a whole pile. It's railroad certificates, postcards, and ephemera. It was a whole pile of stuff. I can't get the details to where they have the slide anymore. I don't know why they take that away after you make that purchase. So it does not have to be as high as what some people make it to be when you go to an auction. And that John Winch Happy Birthday postcard album, that full album I have upstairs, my total was $88.65. And this is an artist who actually drew the postcards. They're all embossed. I mean, these postcards are beautiful. And I've showed that in one of my lives. Then I have children's Valentines and 2 other items, a whole pile. I paid $186.94. Here was volume 2 travels. This was 1887 volume. It was Voyages and Travels Illustrated by Leo de Coulanges or whatever. That was $121.10. These prices are not bad for books, and that book is huge. Like I have it as just filled with plates. Totally beautiful. One of the books I want to turn into digitals. And here was this is the Elegy book I can't find. I have it upstairs. That book there and Tennyson's poems. This was late 19th century poetry books. And for both of them, and now you got to realize the Elegy one, that is a first edition. That little one, I only paid $109.38 with shipping. Worth it. The books are beautiful. A whole set of my Bookhouse books. You get 12 volumes. They're all in dark blue. I have never seen these covers. I've seen them in green and I've seen them in light blue, but never in dark blue. I got the whole set for $148.52. And then Shakespeare's Complete Works and Shep's Literary World books. This is the one I had on one of my live streams. That one right there. Love that cover. I want that cover as a journaling card. This was 119.20. And these were on different occasions that I bought these. And then sometimes the website will have collection of vintage and antique books. And here was a pile of them. And you could skim through to pick, see what you were getting. And then that collection only came to $98.72 with shipping. This is the only website I've ever went on and found really decent prices where you don't pay thousands. They've sold a car on here. They've sold, they had a Cadillac on this site one time. I about died. And then here is mid to late 19th century biographies and books of poetry, including Grizzly Adams and 12 others, one of the original Grizzly Adams books. And there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7 books total in this. And with shipping, it came to $263.45. And like I said, some of these are first editions. You can't beat that because first editions can be very costly. I don't know why I can't find the other photo album I bought on here. There should be one more photo album filled with postcards. It has a black cover. And then I went to Pirate Auction and Locker Nuts, and I got $35 worth with shipping included of vintage postcards. Not vintage postcards, vintage letters from World War II. And then I ended up buying the rest of the set. So I have the whole entire love story of William and Elsie. And that's what I read every December on Wednesdays. And I got a good deal. I got a aviation ledger that was when hot air balloons did everything before airplanes were here, clear back in 1800s. I got that for $120, which that was a hell of a deal. All hot air balloons, beautiful, beautiful, written in Spanish. It is the coolest ledger ever. And other things, I just got miscellaneous stuff laying around, but I am going to turn some of it into digital so I can share it because I don't want to be greedy. I'm still petting them though. And I have two postcards filled upstairs, but I don't know where I got them at because they're not showing up on this site. I thought this was where I got them. Oh, I don't know. But I do have 2 other, and then Pirate had another auction one night. Those little calling cards. I have a whole, yes, Denise. You want to see the ledger? Do you want me to torture you with it? Because I absolutely love this ledger. It's my favorite. I can honestly say, and I told this story, I don't think you were on the stream. Denise, I sweated this one out. Like, I literally had sweaty palms. My heart was beating, and I thought I was going to have a freaking heart attack. I don't like auctions. Hey, Scully. I can't deal with auctions. And hey, Dill. Dill thinks he's sneaky with them eyeballs. I was up against some really tough eBay competitors for that, Denise. And I honestly thought I was never going to get this ledger. But they knew I wanted it so bad because I saw it in a video when they were open a locker. There's a story behind this ledger. And people who are regularly here are probably sick of hearing this story, but I'm going to tell it anyways. Sandy's probably, oh no, not again. I saw it in one of their videos. Pirate Auctions and Locker Nuts bought a locker together. This is the story behind this ledger, Denise. So when they were opening books, they were saying, we don't know the values of books and this and this and the other. And I saw the ledger and I was like, oh my God. It had an airplane and aviation. I thought, oh yeah, that's what I want. And I don't own a lot of ledgers. Like I don't have any really old ones like this one. So turn around and they lost the box. They knew I wanted this ledger so bad, Denise, and they lost the box. So every day I would text Pirate through Instagram, did you find the ledger yet? Every time I would see Jack, did you find the ledger yet? I didn't know who was selling it on whose channel, who was going to find this thing, but I said, it's in a box of books, wherever the hell you put it, please find it. 10 months, Denise, 10 months. I waited for this ledger to come up for auction. It was horrible because I'm not always at their auctions because I can't make their auctions. Like one's every Monday night, the other one has his random, and I don't know whenever they have them. So I'm not at every one of them. And I kept asking Jack, I missed like a couple weeks. I said, please tell me you did not sell that ledger yet. He says, no, Tammy, we haven't found it yet. And I'm thinking, oh my God, yes, 10 months of hell waiting for this thing. So finally, Pirate come up on his channel. He says, Tammy, guess what I found? I said, oh God. I said, I just want to kill you guys. So there's another female in there, Marilyn, who likes to buy the same things I do. She's actually an eBay reseller. So she likes the letters and the ephemera. And I thought, oh shit. And so Pirate was joking with Jack, and he said, should we sell it? Like, you're such an asshole, because they knew how bad I wanted this ledger. And Jack says, yeah, he says, I think you should, Mike, because she has waited for 10 months. They even knew how long. So he pulls it out, and here comes Marilyn. I'm sitting there, please go to bed, Marilyn. We tease each other doing sales, and we tell the other person, go to bed. Tell your mother she wants you. Do something. Just leave. Well, we started bidding on it, and I already told my husband before. I said, when this ledger comes up, I had a cutoff. I could not go past a certain amount because I just can't, because we can't afford it. And he says, well, how much would you go to? And I said, 120 tops, Michael, but I will not go past that. We know how much ledgers can go for. So I'm sitting there breathing. I mean, just breathing, Denise. My palms are sweating. They go to put this up, and Marilyn starts bidding against me. I'm like, please stop. I'm over here praying. And this is when you need a Stella. This is when you need your damn it doll. You just stop it. Stop bidding. It's mine. And I'm over here like, oh my God, I didn't have Stella at the time yet, though, which was a shame because I probably would have used her. And my palms are sweating and my heart's racing. And I'm like, oh my God, if this is what it feels like to bid for something you want really, really bad, this sucks. So we get up to a certain amount, and then she's like, you know what? I know Tammy's been waiting on this, and she stepped out. I love Marilyn for this. She literally stepped aside for me to get the journal. I mean, the ledger. And I was dying because I was like almost in tears. So then Mikey decides to be ornery Pirate. He goes going once, and then he starts talking and showing his eBay store. And I'm like, you little bastard. Because I kept waiting for another eBayer to step in and fight me for, oh, they were terrible to me. They tortured me to get this. And he's over there saying, look, I made this on eBay. He said, I'm like, please put it going twice and sold. So he finally does it. And I actually got it for a decent price. It was under the amount that I wanted to spend. And I was like, oh my God. And then I prayed it would get here in the mail. It wouldn't get lost. And I mean, I hugged that sucker when it came in. So I'm going to show you what it looks like. But the other story behind the ledger is this. There was a locker that they also got a hold of by a guy named Keller. He had served in the military. He was a police officer and a firefighter. I think this man was like a hero, with everything he did. They had sold off uniform. There was nobody in his family when he passed away, so they sold off the lockers because nobody wanted the stuff. They had complete uniforms from this man. They had everything. One of the ephemera lots that I had bought had his wallet in it. And let me tell you, if you ever find that video, it is the most touching video. I almost cried. When I pulled his wallet out and I realized whose locker it came from, he had a poem that he used to carry in his wallet of prayer, being a police officer. And it is the most beautiful prayer about please take care of my life and my family if something happens to me type of prayer. It gave me freaking chills having this guy's wallet. Come to find out that ledger was also his. When I was looking at it, it didn't ring a bell at first. And as I was like, you got to be kidding me. And what he had done was he was using that ledger as a paper to put his stamps. So I not only ended up with a ledger, I ended up with a hell of a stamp collection in it. And there was pieces laying it and stuff, and I had to take my undo and take some of the stamps out of. I got to show you the ledger though. Come on, people, we got to all drool over this. Wait till you see this ledger. I love this ledger. Without further ado, let's show what made Tammy's hands sweat. Because it sure did. Move my box out of the way first. Here it comes. I have it close to me so I can hug it and love it. Here it is. My pride and joy. People might think, ew, that's disgusting. But you know what? Us vintage people know better. Let me put this away. In my little bag. Oh my God. This has, let me see if I can pull. There's no way I could possibly get this under because it's so big. This is the top. It looks like somebody might have tried to put it in a fire. You know how people like to burn. It's got the Lindenberg blimp stuff in it. All kinds of newspaper stuff. We love this. Stains. These two people, I actually looked them up. It was a very interesting story. Look at this. From 1883. This is all Spanish and documented sales of deliveries by hot air balloons. And this is flipping amazing. So yeah, I'll be scanning some pages. And in the beginning, there was a bunch of stamps stuck. See, like you could see where he was using this as a scrapbook, because some people did that with ledgers. He glued these down and he was turning it into a scrapbook, and I got all the stamps out of it. But look at this. I don't know if you can see some of this writing. Look at that writing. Hubby must be home. Sicky Marone. You see that word there? That's all Spanish. And it is so cool. John Quadraro. Looks like. I love this ledger. And it was so worth the sweat, because all of the pages have writing. And it's that fancy penmanship you've seen in the 1800s. And then we get the blank pages. So I even have some blanks. But I'm in love with this. I'm in love with this book. Look at this. See, it looks like somebody threw it in a fire. Because back in the day, when they were done with the ledgers, they would burn them. Is that like not sad? And we like die to collect these. People sell this for like $1,000 on eBay a piece. They can, I mean, I saw a horse thief one on Google for $750. Yep, this is hot air balloons though. This was before airplanes because airplanes weren't invented until the 1900s, and this is 1800s. That's how old this is. And in Spanish. And I was like, oh my gosh. Looks like he might have put this on here. The guy that owned it. But, oh my gosh, isn't this beautiful? And he has different clippings he stuck in here. And you'll see, look how old this is. Zeppelin, Death, Even a Sheet of Flames. This is the Lindenberg. Isn't that what it's called? The blimp. It's got old pieces of paper stuck in here. Here. It says, a blazing run, Zeppelin settles in death. And it says, her skeleton bared by roaring flames, the Hindenburg, fallen ruler of the sky, rests on its side at Lakehurst. This is the Hindenburg blimp. This piece of paper is from Friday, May 7th, 1937. It's the New York Evening Journal. So there was pieces of this. Must have been a person that was hurt. These papers are so old. Oh my goodness, they're so interesting. And this one here shows it. What a day. I can't even imagine what people went through when this happened either. Look at this. Death from the Sky. Look how bad that looks. I can't even imagine. The latest airship disaster. And it said, there it is. Tragedy at Lakehurst, Hindenburg en route to its end. It's like the Titanic, but from the sky, you know? That's crazy. Denise. Could you imagine how awful that would have been for people to see? And this was one. Look at this. You wouldn't see this nowadays. She's in a hospital holding a cigarette. I remember when my daughter was born, you could smoke in the room. The blast, 32 dead, 66 saved. That is crazy. Crazy stuff. All these papers are falling apart. Look at that. That's crazy. Hindenburg explodes. This is the Daily News. New York's Daily News. Look at, oh shoot, looky here, ladies. Look at those dresses. I love advertisements. Ew, looky there. We have the prim and proper. Look, dresses and some ensembles for $2.98. I wish it was that cheap now. see what it says here. We have leather bags, girls, for $1.39. We have boy gingham plaid shorts for 69 cents. Pajamas. Oh, we have pajamas. I'm a PJ girl for $1.29. I look at these prices, it kills me. Oh, we got to see the funnies. What was in the funnies back then? Oh my goodness. Got to read the funnies. Here we go. Okay, we have Little Orphan Annie, small change. Yes, giant lizard. Every first class king used to have thousands of them. They were mighty effective. If one of those boys met the biggest armored tank of today, he'd crunch it like an eggshell. But that was way, way back before people knew that might doesn't make much. Titchy says he didn't do this. He does TCH, Scully. What dark ages? Mr. AM, hadn't those folks ever learned that the pen is mightier than the sword? See, he didn't do this. Look what he did. Can you see it? Wait a minute, let me get it up there. He did the TCH. How you say that? That's funny. It says, haha. Some had some idea, I believe, but it always turned out that the tough lad with the knife got the apple and the chap with the pen got the core. Of course he could plant the core and raise the whole tree of apples, and he usually did, to the delight of the tough lad who always showed up again just when the fruit was ripe. But as I say, that was all a long, long ago. That was Little Orphan Annie. That's funny. So we have that. Let's see what else in here that's funny. I always look for the humor and stuff. I can't help it. Okay, here's part of a letter. Don't know. It says United States postage. 2 cents. And then I think I have an electric bill from the 1940s that was really cheap too somewhere. I found it in one of the books that came in my bookstore and I laughed. This was some kind of article about the person that passed away in the plane or the blimp. Do we have any more amusing article? Oh, yes, we do. Let's see what fancy stuff these ladies wore. My goodness, I'm glad I never lived back then. I could never get up and do makeup every day. Look at these clothes. Woo, look at that. There must be a Sears catalog. I like my PJs too much. This says, who was in here? A very private billionaire dies. Playboy, daredevil, industrialist, and recluse. See who he was. 1947, Hughes smiled as he finished testifying before the Senate on his aircraft business. In 1940s, Hughes escorted many glamorous film stars, including Ava Gardner. Oh, looky there. There's Mr. Fancy. Look at Mr. Fancy Pants. And it tells about his life. It says, among the films Hughes directed was The Outlaw in 1941, starring Jane Russell and Walter Huston. Interesting. So we have that. And I think that's the extent of our newspaper clippings. It's not falling apart, that is. Some of these are in bad shape. The relief headache. Let me see what this says. I thought it was going to be some kind of fancy medicine concoction to relieve headaches. I think some of these ads are funny when you see what they have. You guys watch Outlanders. Oh my gosh, I love that show. Outlanders is so, so good. She's a medical doctor and goes back to the 1800s. It was so funny when she was trying to discover things, bring things in way before their time, especially peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I thought that was a riot. They never heard of peanut butter and jelly back in the 1800s. I'm like, oh my God, that would suck. Manny's returned 50 more tickets. Manny Fernandez of Miami's no-name defense, flanked by linebackers Bob Matheson. Don't know who these people are, not a sports person, but I'm sure they were important to somebody. And then I have no clue what this is. Here's a funky paper. Can we make this? It feels like glass, like glassine almost. Wonder what this was. It's got a line through it, but it's tough. Like it almost feels like that. I don't know. Almost like the stuff that a butcher wraps stuff in that's white, but it's brown. It's got like a glossy feel. I don't know what that is. Looks like, I was like, is that snake skin? But anyways, I love this. I love this. I love this. I can't wait to scan some of these pages for people. I have lots of things I want to make into digitals. It's just very time consuming to do digitals. It's not as easy as what people think. You scan it in, but then you have to make sure you right click on the picture and you can make it any size you want from Wallet It Up. And I don't use Photoshop. I use my own program that I like and learned on a long time ago, like in 2007, something around there, even earlier. I can't remember what year I got into it. But I have to scan, save, pull it into my art program. I have to resize it. Then I have to save it again. And then I have to make sure when I right click on it, it'll make Wallet to bigger without chopping anything off. Because this program is really hard to size stuff in. You can't do it by inches. You got to do it by pixels. And if you don't know pixels, you're lost. So that's what I have to do every time I run digitals. And I got 22 ready. I got that's coming in the later future. If I live long enough to see this happen, hopefully. I feel like I started into crafting so old. I wish I would have done this like 10 years ago. But I have a new Etsy store I'm about to launch, a Facebook group by the same name I'm about to launch, but it's all a surprise. I want to make merch for it. I want to have mugs because I think I love the name. And then my daughter's going to help me with that because she has a Cricut. But I don't think we're going to do the mugs through Cricut, though. I think I want them baked into the cups. So I got to find it. And I want a mug, not a little teeny cup that you get on Teesprings. I want a mug for my coffee lovers and tea drinkers. And I want that to hold a lot of craft stuff like my digitals and things. That's why I'm launching it that way. My main Etsy store that I have now is just Tammy's Passions 21. It's collecting dust. That's where I just usually put random things in that I find at the antique mall and stuff like that, which is there's nothing in it right now. And I do my live sales and post them as special orders in that particular Etsy store so people can go find it. But I don't want that as like a branded mug name. That's what I told my husband. I said, would you wear a t-shirt down the street that said Tammy's Passions on it? He just looks at me. I said, exactly. So I wanted to make an Etsy store to Facebook group that does not have my name in it. It's going to have its own name. So I'm pretty excited about it, but I'm not going to do a YouTube channel in it. It's just going to be for Facebook and for Etsy because I like Tammy's Passions because I don't like the way YouTube tries to make you pick a genre. And when I was under Tammy's Makeup Treats, everybody thought I did makeup, but I did more than that. And when I was under my real name, people kept saying, oh, she's about books. Well, I'm not just about books. So Tammy's Passions was born because I wanted an ID on YouTube that showed everything that's about me. I do not want to be just a crafting channel. I do not want to be just a book channel. I want to be a variety channel. So that's why I picked that name. And then somebody said, you made yourself TV's passions. They're going to think you're a smut channel. I said, no, they won't. I said, when they get to know me, they'll know. But it is my passions. I love books. I love crafts. I love horses. I love yellow roses. I could give you a whole list. Butterflies. I love so many things that it's hard for me to say, okay, here's YouTube. I got to compact myself. I can't do it. I have to be a variety channel. So I'm always messing with their algorithm. I like doing reviews sometimes. Right now, I'm just doing my Sunny Fun Time meals because I'm busy with some other things offline, but those will dissipate. My Sunny Fun Time meals were made only for the weekends. 5 days a week when my bookstore was open before COVID, it was all about books. So I figured since I'm busy and I have a bunch of books I got to build up to put into videos again because I clean them, go through them, make sure you're not getting any ripped pages or missing pages. I go through every single one of these books from front to back before you get them. I make sure they're cleaned. I make sure they're decent shape because I've had books come through my store where 119 pages were repeated. I had a book come through my store that was Stephen King. It was typed. I don't know how many they printed before they catch this stuff, but when the page was typed, you would see typing here, and down the center there was nothing. I was like, you got to be kidding me. A brand new hardback by Stephen King, and the whole typing was missing in the middle of the page. So what I did with that book is I went online. I happened to find that particular page and I penciled it in and I stuck it in my freebie pile because it was a brand new book. Nothing wrong with it. So I put it in my freebies and people come and ask and I said, I can't sell it because the words aren't there on that one page." So I do go through because that's my stand behind my books is because I had a book one time I was reading from the Goodwill. I got clear to the middle of the book and the page was ripped out. You could be freaking kidding me. So yeah, when you buy a book from me, you're going to get the whole book from front to back. Nothing missing, no pages copied and repeated, and nothing missing down the center of the page. And I have to go through them before I do the videos. So I got another pile of different genres to build up because I'll do like a whole month of romance, a whole month of action and suspense. I like keeping one category for the whole month. And my Sunny Fun Time mails were just for the weekends. And well, I kind of got behind because there's probably sales from like a year ago. I still have Sunny Fun Time mails for. So some are old, some are newer. It just depends on however I decide to upload them. So those are there because you can put as many um, videos as you want. You can upload them to your YouTube channel and put them on private. And then if you're busy with your family or if you're taking a vacation for a week, all you have to do is go in and edit and make it public, and people think you never left YouTube. So that's how I do it. And I don't edit my nothing. You get me completely raw. I don't edit. I think it's great that people do it. I love going to some streams where people, have intros and they have some really cool stuff, but I'm not there because I don't want to be there. I'm not here to be monetized. I'm not here to have like a TV channel type of thing because I think when people get more professional that want to be paid by YouTube, they have the real pretty intros and the cute ones and they have editing and then they just have a lot of cool stuff they add to their channel, and I think it's great for people who wanna get paid to do that, but I don't wanna get paid by YouTube, so I'm good with what I do. It's all the reason why you're here. I just enjoy it. It's my outlet. You keep me company because my husband works too much. He had 2 days off last month. 2 days. He's a workaholic. I keep telling him our marriage works because we never see each other. He works like crazy. But it is what it is. We're trying to pay our house off, so it works for him, I guess. So when I open up my Etsy store, my goal is to help him pay the house off. That's all I care about, honestly. That's my biggest bill in life because I don't care to be a millionaire. I just want to pay our house off. I will feel so much better when we don't have a house payment. And the sad part is we had a house paid off. Our very first house, we paid it off. We turned it into rental property because I was trying to figure out a way to have something when we retired later on. And well, I rented it to an EMT mom with her kids. She was a very good, she was a very good renter, but she come home one day and she put toast in the toaster and went in to go to the bathroom, and her cat decided to jump up on the stand and knock the paper towels into the toaster. So guess what happened? Our rental house burnt down. And we did not have that high of insurance on it because my husband picked the cheapest, which is okay. I mean, whoever thinks their houses are going to burn down. So it was always read in the fine print when you buy fire insurance cleanup costs, because he had the cheapest, which was like 2,000. Well, it cost 8 to actually get rid of the house. They excavate it, they replant seeds on the property, but it was $8,000. So people, please read your fine print with your fire insurance. Take my advice, get a higher cleanup cost because 2,000 doesn't cut it. So we paid that. We paid our my oldest daughter got married and we had got equity on the house. We had to pay that off. By the time we paid everything off, the only thing we had money left for was my daughter had twins and we threw her a baby shower and paid off a few bills. And that was it. That's all it covered. So we definitely didn't get rich from fire insurance. But we ended up selling the property later. To another neighborhood person down there that wanted it. So we sold it and we got rid of that. And we just don't have rental property anymore. But it was fun being a landlord. I enjoyed it. I got to interview the people before they rented. And believe me, you can run into some pretty rude assholes. I'm not hard of hearing. So I heard one of the people that came in, when I drill you to be a person, I drill you like 2 hours. I will drill you. And the first girl that came in, her husband was military, and she was like, we were talking about things that happened, like snakes in the basement. Oh my God, I don't know what I would do if a snake showed up in the basement. She was from the city. There's no way she could handle that house being country. I said, well, this is what happens because it's near a wooded area. You're going to have creatures. Well, it didn't work out. I think she wanted something a little more not woodsy. So then the second person that come in, they were upstairs and I heard her tell her husband, when I said pets are welcome, but just don't get any more after you move in because I don't charge a pet fee because I do have pets. Just make sure that they obey and don't shit all over everything. I mean, hello, have some common sense. And I heard her whisper to her husband upstairs, well, if I want to get another pet, I'm going to get one. I don't care what she says. Well, bye. Call you later. She never heard from me. And then the EMT came in and I felt sorry for a lot of people because when the oil and gas drillers come in, they hiked up all the prices on renting. And people were actually abandoning places and leaving furniture and things because they had no place to go. And I didn't like that. My house did not have central air. It did not have a garage. It had a basement, a second story with a dining room, bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, and living room. And the upstairs had 2 bedrooms, and then inside the closets was storage space. But there was nothing extra. And I thought to myself, what would I pay for this a month if I was a renter? So I put $350 a month. I thought that was fair without having all the extra at that time period because all these other places were jacking their stuff up to $1,000, and these single moms and people couldn't afford it. And she was so ecstatic because she had like 4 kids. She had a set of twins. And she was like, "Oh my gosh, that rent's amazing." And she had just got married. So she was a single mom before then. So she was excited about the price, which we were too, because that's when we moved in here. And my husband will say, "We had one house paid for." I said, "I know, Michael, but we couldn't stay there because you have to look at the landscape." It was a great house if you're in your 20s and 30s, but I'm thinking, 50s to 70s. What if we need a wheelchair access? What if we need these things as we grow older? It's a first time starter house, and it was great for that reason, but not to grow old in. It took 8 hours to mow the grass and everything else. You could not use a riding lawnmower. It was a lot of hill, a lot of weed whacking. It took my husband 8 hours to properly do our entire yard because it's so much hill that it's just not a place you wanna grow old in. Where when we picked this one of my friend's daughters was flipping this house we live in now. I loved it because in the other house too, we had to dig our way out. We had to literally put a snowplow in front of an old truck to get out because there's no state road. You're in a back road, and we were between 2 hills, and we had ice to the last minute when everybody else was melting. We still had ice. It was a horrible place to live as you get older. Here we have state road. We have the conveniences that if any of us end up in a wheelchair, it's flat, it's nice. We can access anything with this house. And that's why we settled for this one. But unfortunately, it's not paid for till like we're 79, and I don't want to be senile by the time my house is paid for. So I tried to double up when we did get extra money. We have tried to double up on it, but we started in this house at a later age. So I always tell people if you're going to get a house, please do it in your late 20s and early 30s because now with everything jacking up in prices, it's making it ridiculous. So we owe a certain amount on this house, and I would just love to have it paid for because, like my husband says, we would be, if we still had our old house, we'd be doing great right now. Not have to worry about the gasoline hike because we wouldn't have a house payment. Because we have a house payment, it makes it harder. Where, because our insurance and our end of the year taxes and everything is rolled up into this payment that we have on the house now. That's why. But if it was freed up, it would be really nice to just have necessities and to put money back into the house for things that needs to be fixed. Like we have a roof that needs replaced out in our back garage. We had hail damage last year. We're good on our roof right now because our insurance covered our roof. So we got a brand new roof, which we're happy with that because of the hail damage, it was covered. So that's done. But the back garage isn't because we want to put a cement patio out there, which is cheaper than a wooden deck, a lot cheaper. So we want that done. And because we don't have a porch on this house, and I want a place where we can at least grill and sit outside. I have patio furniture, but it sits in the rain. So we got plans, and I have whoever her friend that had this house, they when they put the ceramic tile in the kitchen floor and the bathroom, they didn't grout and seal it right. All the floor came up. I was like, holy shit. Like you would walk across the kitchen floor and you could feel it cracking under your feet. And I'm not a big fan of ceramic tile. I'm more of the wood girl. I like a wooden floor or wooden tiles or whatever you got to do. Even the interlocking ones I'm happy with, but I cannot stand a cold floor. So we had to replace the entire kitchen floor when we moved in here. And now the bathroom's cracking. I'm like, oh shit. And it's the seal. Sometimes when you seal that stuff, people might go cheaper. Some things it's okay to go cheaper on, like the tile. It's not the tile. It's definitely whatever they used to seal it. They went cheaper when they should have spent that little extra money because it didn't seal right. So now my bathroom floor needs fixed. But other than that, it's a great house. It doesn't have a lot of closet space though. But I bought a coat rack. I mean, there's things you can do to substitute for that kind of stuff, but we like it. We wanna stay here, and I'm always afraid with everything that's going on with the countries and global right now. I would die if we lost this house. And that's one of the reasons why we've been talking about getting a camper, because I always like having a plan B. And when we sold the property where the house burnt down, my plan B is out the door. I think everybody should have a plan B, because people who live in Tornado Alley should have a camper. Anytime you have a state of an emergency, instead of trying to come up with money to stay at hotels where you don't know there's bed bugs, there's lice, you don't know, because I've heard horror stories about that too. I want a camper. I want to stay in a camper with my own damn bugs. That's how I look at it. So I told my husband, when I travel, that's what I want. I'd rather have a camper. That way you don't have to worry about none of that stuff. And because I mean, we've had local hotels shut down 3 rooms at a time because of bed bugs and all that crap. You should see me on vacation. I'm probably the most paranoid person you ever meet, because here I am. And thank you, Denise, for this. I have a black one. Everywhere I go, I'm this against the pillows, the sheets, because I hate bugs. So yeah, I can't stand it. And I know one time our local news station, they did a sneaky review of some hotels and motels, and they had a hidden camera. I don't know how they get away with this legally, but it showed people coming in, not even changing the sheets from a person spending the night there. They just separated it out and tucked it in, and they just left it. And I'm like, that is so disgusting. They didn't even wash the damn sheets. And then another time they did wash them and they put them in. They said, well, this hotel, is good because they do take the time. But I was so disgusted. I was like, oh my God, I hate staying at hotels unless I have a magnifying glass. I won't do it. So you gave me a new one. I got a fancy one that Denise made. So now I got a pretty one, Denise. But I'm like that on pillows and everything. I want no damn bugs. So I'm really picky. Even when I go thrifting, um, I like leaving everything stuck in a garbage bag for a week before I'll even open it and look at it, because I know somebody that picked up um, bed bugs badly and gave it to her family from thrift shopping. And I'm like, ugh, not me. I bag up everything in a garbage bag and tie it up, and just them suckers can't breathe, so they gotta die. And I still got the magnifying glass after them. Even books that come in here. I had this one set of books. I still can't figure it out. Even to this day, I still don't know what this is. I've asked different people. But I was going through a set of boxes, a box of books that I had that came through my store, and they just came. They weren't something that sat here. And I'm flipping through the pages and everything's fine. And then I get to a page and I'm like, what the hell is this? And there's like this white spot, like in the crease. It was a wet spot, like in a crease here and a crease here. I swear to God, it looked like somebody opened the book and went with tobacco and spit right into that section and closed the book. And there was like six or so books like that in this box. And I'm like, what the hell is that? Now, I know books can get book lice, but it's not the same lice that lives in your head. It's something different. I didn't see anything moving on these pages. It was just a wet spot, but the pages in front of it, the pages behind it, and the whole book looked fine. Just like that one spot, and then like 3 pages before and 3 pages after where the wetness leaked. I have no clue how that chick got there. Because the book would have had to have been laying open, or I just don't know. And I had like 6 books come through my store like that. I was like, what the hell is this? And then I thought, okay, is this how books lice start? So I'm like Googling, what does book lice look in books and stuff, but none of this ever came up on these books. I have no clue what happened to them. So what I did was I took the pages out that had no markings on it from the front and back, used those to make envelopes for my journals, and I pitched the rest of the book. I mean, what can you do? You can't sell a book like that. You can't really I would never take pages like that to have them recycled. So I just pitched the ones that had the wet in it. But it did. It looked like tobacco. Like, so spit and I'm like, who would do that? I don't know. That's the weirdest thing I have seen as a used bookstore owner, and I have no explanation for it. I have no clue. I have no clue. It's a mystery. And it wasn't even in a mystery book. Well, I can't help it. I'm strange, CDC. But this is the stuff I share. And then somebody said, "Have you ever found money in books?" And I said, "No." And then on a video, I said, "I have to take that back. I found a quarter." It technically really wasn't in the book. It was in a box of books. Somebody dropped a quarter in a box of books. So that's the only money I ever found. Most of the time, what I find in used books is very interesting. Um, it's usually things that people like. I had a cross one time that looked like an obituary that they just use as a bookmark, mostly bookmarks, but the funnest was pictures of people. And I had a plant book come in. I had to start writing down who sent me books in, write their names and numbers in case I found anything, because one lady, I just did a book pickup. I happened to go through a plant book she had, and I happened to open it. I was like, oh my goodness, it was a project with her kids' pictures. So I hurried up and called her and I said, "Hey, I got this one book here and it's got pictures of family in it." I said, "Do you want this back?" She says, "Oh my goodness, I was flattening that in a book for my son." She says, "He would kill me." It was a project she was working on for her son. So I took it back to her. And another time, it was a woman who had left a package of her son's school pictures, not even cut. The whole package was in a book, and I had to return that to her, but it was pictures. I'm like, "What are you people doing?" I mean, flattening, I can understand, but, a place maybe to keep them flat. I said, "But, tons of them." I found pictures of family members, and then one set I can't return to the family because it was given to me by a clean out person, and I had no clue who they were. But it looked like 2 little kids and their grandma, like middle school age, and their grandmother, and then it had the 2, like, brother and sister, and I couldn't return them because I had no clue who they were, and there was no names on the pictures. But other than that, it's been pretty, bookmarks and things like that that's left. Hey, Cherry. Cherry's a sweetheart. Um, when you did those T-shirts that were done for you guys, that was so amazing for somebody to do that for you. Do you happen to know Gemma's Journey? She is very, very awesome. Let me get her channel up here. I want to share her channel with you. Gemma's Journey's Grace. She is in the UK and she struggles all the time with giving autism awareness. She is wonderful. And she comes in my stream and she does a lot of standing up for the autistic community and she educates people. And I really like her. What? You making pizza? Say hi, everybody.
Hi,
Mike.
hi, everybody.
You quit it. Say it nicely.
Nicely, hi, everybody. How are
Yes, is being a dork. That's how he talks to my dog.
What's up?
He's so goofy. They make me break the granny paddle out on you later. Yeah, the easiest meal of the week. I want you to make me homemade lasagna and lay out the noodles on the table. He's so bad. That's my hubby Mike. Hey, Paul. Are you leaving us still? What's your big day tomorrow? You gonna do a video on it? I gotta do a haul on it, but the stuff is still in my car, kind of bagged up. Me and my daughter, for the very first time, found one of the Goodwill bins near us. You want to talk about a lot of fun. But yeah, I wouldn't trust all the stuff in the bin, so I'll be taking out that magnifying glass and checking out some things before it comes to my house. But it's been sitting outside in a bag for a while. But it is really cool when you find the Goodwill bins because they line up so many, and then you get your buggy when you go in. You go through everything, and it's last chance items. I think it's things, a mixture of things that didn't sell, things that are dropped off, and it's just a mixture of stuff. And let me tell you, it's awesome. Every half hour, they bring in 4 new bins, and all the pickers jump on these bins. Like they like swarm to them to pick out the goodies first. So I have a haul from it, and I had a blast. We went for Mother's Day. She was looking for specific things. We just separated, went our own way, did our own thing, and I got some really cool stuff. So yeah, that'll be another video coming up. I can't wait till I'm ready to do that video. But I come out, they had it was so awesome. There's a lot of pickers that go in there from eBay too, and you can find some really interesting things. It's just incredible. They had books, cards, cookbooks, and just all kinds of different things mixed in one bin. Another bin was and filthy. You felt like you were garbage picking. Seriously, I felt like for the first time I got to go dumpster diving. That's what it felt like. And they had baskets in one, they had drawers, they had it's just Barbie dolls, just a whole bunch of stuff thrown in these bins, all Scully. It was freaking awesome. And it's like, oh my gosh, you're sitting there and you're picking up stuff and everybody's rushing through and you're trying to hurry up and get through a bin to move to the next one so another person can come through. And it's just so overwhelming. Like, you can go back through the bin 2 times, still see stuff you didn't see because it's not like it's categorized. So I go in there with the mindset of paper. I'm all about that paper. So I go in and I found a thing that I can sit stuff in. It's like a cubby thingy. I found one of those. I found oh my gosh. It was just you could even find jewelry. Like, they'll have necklaces buried in the bottom. It's incredible. And I found a really nice, pretty it's a pitcher that you put drinks in, but it's beautiful. It's glass. It's ceramic-like. It's really pretty. It's got a pretty design on it. But my mind is all over the place when I go to this place. I don't think about specific things. I just go in and look and think, Tammy, what would you pick up? And that's how I dealt with it because it can be very overwhelming for somebody who categorizes things. So I go in and I do. It was just incredible. It really was, Scully. It's like, and then this poor woman turned her back. Somebody took her buggy. I'd have been hunting him down. My buggy stayed against me the whole time. You have to wear gloves too. I had my hand on the handle, or the handle of the buggy was up against my hip, or a part of my body, because there was no way that buggy was going anywhere. And they had it's by the pound. It's like $1 something by the pound, whatever you buy. Anything but glass and books. All the books were one price and all the glass was one price, but everything else was by the pound. So when you check out, she's got this basket and she will pile stuff in it as much as she can, sets it on the way and then puts what the price in. I had a buggy. I'm talking an overflowing buggy. I walked out of there and I only paid $60. The whole buggy. And you wouldn't believe, I can't wait to show you the haul I got. I'm so excited. And then my daughter, she was looking for like some clothing and things like that. So she picked through all that kind of stuff. Of course, she come out with less than me. She only spent a little bit of money. But they had like, the only thing I can say is they did organize kind of the clothes a little bit, because in the bins where the clothes were, you wouldn't find glass. Like it's like all sizes, kids, adults, all mixed together, but they didn't have like paper products and books mixed with that. Like books were separated. So they kind of have it categorized, but kind of not. It's just really hard to explain till you've been to one. Scully. I love stories. I do. But what I did, a lot of people are looking for um antique malls and things like that. But if you type in certain things near you, like if you type in Goodwill bins near me, not thrift places, you got to narrow it down. You wouldn't believe the places as close to you that you didn't know were. I didn't know some of these places were close to me. Habitat for Humanity. If you type, that doesn't come up under thrift. You have to type in specific names. They have some good stuff where you can find crafting items. If you type in Goodwill bins near me, you would be surprised at the places. And there's another one. What's it called? Give me a second, I'll tell you. I didn't know this till I heard another crafter talking on her stream, and I'm like, why don't people share this information? Let me get to my daughter on my Facebook and I'll tell you. I sent her links. There's a store near us, because sometimes if you're looking for crafting items, it could also be because when you have a YouTube channel, you're teaching people. So you got to remember, you are a do-it-yourself channel too at times when you're teaching people stuff. So you can look under some things that teachers use. Thanks for coming in. I'll see you tomorrow night. We'll be on Denise's channel tomorrow night. You have sweet dreams, Denise. Let me find the name of it real quick. Yard sales around here are mostly like kids stuff, and it's the same stuff everywhere we go. You very seldom see a yard sale stand out. I mean, it doesn't mean don't go look. Create and reuse. If you type in create, reuse near me, and I found one near us, and I about died. And this one here, you can even shop online. You don't even have to leave your house. Let me try to bring it up so you can see it. But if you type in creative reuse near me, thank you, Scully. Yeah, I haven't changed my banner in a while. It'll bring this up. And it says drop-in shopping, and they have all kinds of stuff where you can shop online, and it's crafting supplies. It's stuff that teachers use. So that's another place that you can go and get crafting items. I didn't think I had it here either, Michelle, till I typed it in, and I was like, holy cow, we have everything in Pittsburgh. Because it's a city and that's where it's at. And I'm like, that's not far from me. So I can go. I mean, it's a day trip that I wouldn't be, like I have to plan it and stuff. But I've hit antique shops up there. I didn't even know this stuff existed. But this here, you can shop online. You can order it from your home and pay for it online, and they'll mail it to you. But look, there's they have a vintage grab bag. They have a thread. Like, they have everything we use as crafters, and if you're doing a project to teach, I don't see why you can't use this stuff. Because I think creative reuse is because it's teaching, you know what I mean? But if people are following you along on here doing stuff, that's like teaching them. You do? What are you doing Saturday morning? Well, if you find Ledger Scully, you better let me know. The things that I look for that I find hard to find is, remember when we were kids and we used to rate on really cool, you would get the boxes with the drawers and stuff, and they would have stationery in them with, you know, the envelopes and all the good stuff. That kind of stuff we look for, at least I do. It's hard to find like old receipt style stuff. Oh, that sounds nice. That sounds really nice. I can't wait for you to see what I found at the Goodwill bins. It's going to be a lot of fun. Well, you make it a trip, Michelle. See, that's what you do. You say, hey, we're going to take a couple days away. We're going to go here. And then you do your shopping. Now, Michelle Scott told me about, you know, she's in Ohio and they do a yard sale. It's kind of like, I don't know if it's a flea market or yard sale where it starts in one state and it ends somewhere. Like there's a bunch of states that get together and it's a great big long drive. That would be so cool. But I just, you know, I had a friend who worked for Barney's Circus. She had Barnaby Circus or whatever it's called. She had couldn't get tickets when it closed. I was like, oh, please. You know, if only we were a kid and we could go back to all the carnivals we've ever been and pick up all the tickets off the ground. Could you imagine the beautiful ephemera we would have? I remember walking through carnivals and stuff and seeing just people just littered, tickets everywhere. And now that's all you see is people doing them. They collect, we do napkins, we do vintage playing cards, game pieces. If you have games where like Monopoly, where the whole pieces aren't there, crafters love that stuff. The play money, the cards, anything like that. But people throw games out when the pieces disappear. But I got so many cool vintage cards. I can't even believe how much. You go on eBay, they have trading cards. Like they trade the actual cards where you can get so many for $1 or whatever. Etsy has them. I just love them because they're great ephemera for junk journals. Just regular playing cards. Who would ever thought of playing cards? I never paid attention to the art on things as much as I should have. Like, I mean, look at these napkins. You know how much money you save as a crafter just on napkins? I never paid attention to this stuff. It was right in front of me. Like I never realized how beautiful napkins could be in the art community until I started in here. And I mean, like these are amazing. Look at these ones. Look how beautiful that is. And there are some people that can get these rippled edge ones. They're made from something different. They're not regular napkins. They're like, I forget what these were made of. Somebody told me once. But look how beautiful that is. I never seen napkins with the rippled edges anyway. Most of the napkins I see are squared. But I forget what these are made of. But anyways, you know, people that have these saved, it just amazes me how they come across this kind of stuff. because these are beautiful on pages in a book. I would never wipe my mouth with these. And look how pretty some of the hankies are. I mean, I cannot get over these beautiful, delicate hankies that these people have. All these, it's just gorgeous. I could never blow my nose into something like that. But these are like so great to use in crafting. And I would have never thought of playing cards. I think of how many playing cards through the years my parents even had. If I could have saved them and for ephemera, it would have been awesome. It amazes me. And I have never built a journal yet entirely out of junk mail. That's on my list. I've seen people pull off the most amazing junk journals just out of junk mail. All the envelopes that you get for your bills to pay your bills are used in junk journals. And me and my husband started collecting. I just wanted to see. I have 2 boxes filled and did not even realize all that stuff was coming in junk as a junk mail. I didn't realize how much. He says, you realize how much comes from each person's household? Now, I have a recycling plant, so I don't have to save everything because my stuff doesn't end up in a landfill. We have a recycling place, like I said, we can drive to. So it's not about, not being able to recycle. I know. It's some of the states is just unreal. Baseballs, glass jugs, and cakewalk. All right, Laura. Did you make those envelopes she sent me in that picture, Laura? That's so pretty. Now, our flea markets here, Scully, this is what our flea market looks like. It's sad. You walk in our tiny little flea market. They used to have a huge one, and it got closed down because I think the building was sold. So they made a mini one in our town down in our plaza. I have no clue what it's made of. I can't remember. Somebody told me what that type I showed you with the edging. I can't remember what they said that was made of. But the only thing I found on there for junk journaling, our flea market is mainly like people who make hair bows and t-shirts, and you might find somebody that sells knives, a really set of cutting knives. We have ones, it's just not what I'm looking for. Like, I think the only thing I found at our flea market that even came close to journaling was, I think I got 3 little golden books, and that was it. It was such a disappointment. I mean, it depends on what you're collecting, but junk journal, ephemera, and stuff like that, I think it's hard to find. Like, if you knew somebody that owned a business and they were going out of business, this is the kind of stuff we look for. Time cards from a business. We look for tickets, and they do have vintage ones. Cards with definitions. These are what we use in our tuck spots in our journals. This kind of stuff. Just anything you can find in bulk. If you get a hold of dry cleaners, receipts, and we like paper. That's all I can say. Paper, cards, tickets, playing cards with pictures. Here, I'll show you some of my playing cards. They're really nice. Fancy doilies. I like these for these type of doilies. I don't like the real big ones, but these ones here, this is what I like about doilies. If I don't use them, this is what is really cool. When you finish a journal, see this? This is what I like to do with them. They get glued to a book and they're turned into part of the junk journal. That's what I do with these. If I don't use them, because some of them are just too pretty. I have to set my knickknacks on them. And like Pearl sold a curtain for fabric here the other day on one of her sales. Well, not the other day, it was like a month ago. And I just love that curtain. I thought, oh my God, I can't cut that up. That would look beautiful in my bathroom. So when I bought it, that's where it went. And my husband walked in our bathroom. He says, our bathroom looks so bougie. It was so funny. That curtain looks so good in our bathroom. And I have a small window, so I don't need like 2 curtains. I only needed 1. It was just so funny. I said, I can't cut this up. And sometimes you just can't. But here's some of the cards. Let me see if I can grab some. I got stuff in my way. My chair's in my way. I'll show you my card collection right now. See, I'm still building up. Let me pull it up here. Oh, I'm still building up my ephemera collection. So give me a second. Here these fell out. And some of these aren't just regular playing cards either. They sell fancy ones because you can be part of a card collection. Ugh. Yes, my craft room needs cleaned. I'll show you these. Move the grandest book ever. Thing's heavy. Piece of newspaper's falling out. This is the type of cards I collect. Check this out. It says Lifesavers. I love horses. This is wildhorserescue.org. So you see horses on the cards, and then this is the side. So using this in a tuck can go either way. There's a set of cards. Oh, listen to you. And look how pretty these cards are. Thanks, Christine. You have sweet dreams too. And look at the other side. Like, the card makers have gotten so fancy. So what people do in the live sales is they buy these cards, or if they see them when they're out shopping, and I sell them 4 for $1, but some people sell them 3 for $1. So it doesn't matter if you have a whole pack or not. Another set of horses. But look at these. That's a tarot card. This is a set that I found. I haven't sold these ones yet. Look at the ships. But what is cool about all the crafters is we find different things in different areas. So then we share them. And I'll tell you another set of cards that's beautiful are tarot cards. Now this one here is a chariot. Look how pretty these cards are. And these are what we use as tucks inside of journals because look at the art. Harry Potter cards. Anything to do that are artsy. This here is a character of strength, dignity. This looks like a tarot of some sort. But then you have regular playing cards too. This is just a regular pack of playing cards. So they don't have to be fancy. And look how pretty these are. Regular playing cards, but look at the dog. So if you're working on an animal journal or you're doing a dog journal, yeah, I'll probably sell them for $1. Sometimes people will sell them by the pack, but this is the whole point, is we share our cards so that we have, like, this would be good in a cookbook journal. We find cards and split them up so that we can share them. This one here would be great for steampunk. I love hot air balloons. Yeah, we find these and we share them, Scully. That's what our sales are about in the live crafter sales. You haven't attended one of my sales yet. But we sell fabrics, cards. Look how pretty these cards are. But it can go with anything you're working on. Like, you know, if I go to look for a tuck, they could be vintage cards. They could be newer cards. It doesn't matter. It's about the art on them. And the journals are one of a kind. You know, when we make a journal, we don't have duplicates of the same journals. You're getting a one of a kind when you buy one. It's an original. I did 2 Holly Hobby journals, but the insides were completely different. I kept one and sold one. I made it out of Holly Hobby fabric. This is Paris. If you want to do a Paris journal, there's a Paris card. You can do journals on anything. A bird journal. Floral. Garden. Look how cute that squirrel is. These are all the ones I bought off other people's sales. I know, it's like, and I have this full of cards I bought. Swans. I love swans. That's another favorite animal of mine. But I don't buy every card. Like, this is me. This is my taste. Horses, sunflowers. So, you know, and then here is just regular trivia cards or Pictionary. We even use those. Look at these ones. This would be really cool to use these in a vintage style journal. Look at that one. I love all the cards I've collected from crafter sales because I would never find this stuff just for myself here. Angels. This would be really pretty for an angel journal, or if you want to do a biblical or just a faith journal. Look how cute that is. That'd be cute in a French journal, like a chateau. And then you have butterflies. And then here's Norman Rockwell's. Look at the kittens. There is so many styles of cards out there. It's not even funny. And I love the Coca-Cola with the Santa Claus. I have so many Coca-Cola cards. It's not even funny. And then people know I like horses. There's a Beretta bird. Remember Beretta? But that's what I mean. It's like, and then look at these ones. Look at the style of these cards. Never seen anything like it. There's a king. There's one shaped like a bone with dogs. And they actually have dogs on the cards. Tell me that's not cute. The shapes, the pictures, and that's what I said. If I could go back in time and collect all the cards that my parents threw away because the whole sets were not there, we would have a field day. But that just goes to show how much waste there is too. These can be used in Christmas, farm. If you want to do an Americana. But yeah, I started building up my card collection. Some people will sell them by the whole sets because they don't want to break them up, and some people don't. I break mine up. Looky here. Hadn't seen one of those cards in a while. That's Salem's. I remember when I used to smoke. Oh my gosh, my first cigarette was either a Salem or a Cool, and I paid like 75 cents for a pack. But I quit smoking a long time ago. Butterflies. And then here's Harry Potter. Pegasus. Gotta hide that from Peg. He sees them. He's gonna be like, yeah. Another Pegasus card. I love Pegasus. I'm not a unicorn girl. I like horses, I like Pegasus, but I'm not into unicorns at all. But yeah, these are a pack I found when I was out shopping. I just haven't sold them yet with the ships. Most of the time when you get the 2-packers, these are like bunko cards. But when I'm out thrifting, this was in a Hallmark box too. I don't know, but when I'm out thrifting and I find stuff like this, and I did find more cards when I was at the bins, these will come out for sale later. I got cards to sell. I just haven't done a sale in a while. And I do 4 for $1. Some people do 3 for $1 because some people don't want 4. But like I tell them, you can make Happy Meals for people. You can share these cards with other people. So there's an envelope I had for what needed to go in there. It's almost full. It's getting there. But that's what I do is I have baskets I have been working on. All of my Sunny Fun Time mails. That's everything I own in crafting. I don't own nothing else. When I started out 2 years ago, I had a bag, just a regular bag. I have like 4 or 5 rolls of yarn because I do crochet. I crochet. I've always crocheted. 2 crochet hooks of 2 different sizes. I have a green one and a blue one. And I had a hook rug hook. That's it. When I started in the crafting community, that's all I had. I'm not a person that's been collecting for 20 years. And I think it's funny when people see my Sunny Fun Time mails, they think I have all this stuff. I don't. The Sunny Fun Time mails is the building of my craft room. So everything you see is all I have. Like, it's funny because one of the other crafters jokes with me because she's been at it for years. I just filled my first tote with fabric. And she laughs at me and she says, well, you got a ways to go because I have 5. But she's been collecting a lot longer. So you guys get to see me build my craft room. And the Sunny Fun Time mails is a part of it. It had, some people take it, everybody has their different views. Some people think the unboxings are, oh God, these people are getting all this stuff and they're just throwing it in our face. That's not how I mean them. It's nothing to do with that reason. The Sunny Fun Time mails is so you can craft, see what I'm building in my craft room. And when I'm done with my craft room and putting everything away, I'm going to do a walkthrough tour video so you all can see what I have done to build my craft room. Sweet dreams, Scully. Thanks for coming in and having a great talk with us tonight. It was very interesting. Oh, I bet. Yeah, you should about your baseball cards. That would be awesome. There's a lot of people that collect sports cards too. Now, I don't have any. That's so awesome. Rice, was it right? No, that's rice paper. No, I'll come up. Wait a minute. What were older hankies made of? I'm going to see if Google can answer. Google won't tell me. It tells what they're used for. No, not what they're used for, what they're made of. Oh, come on. Google, you are such a pain. They were usually made from a calico or other leftover fabric well into the 1920s, but I'm talking before then. Okay. It's not surprising the handkerchief became an accessory for flirtations, really, and illicit liaisons in France. Made of silk or finest batiste or edged with handmade laces that cost a fortune. It was another no, it's not ringing a bell. Cotton is now, but there was something in the older ones. Somebody told me once, and I'll be darned if I can't remember. I'll have to ask somebody because I can't remember. Because I was shocked. They told us one time what it was made out of, the edged ones that have that ripple around the edges. They were made of something else. Even vintage, it doesn't really say. I know they were embroidered. They have hanky quilts. Tiny pockets, lawn linen. No. I'll know it if I hear it. I can't remember. Drives me crazy. I should have kept notes for different things that I learned off of antique sellers. I can't remember. It doesn't say. I don't know why rice is sticking in my head. I know that there's a thing as race paper. I can't remember. Well, hello. Well, it's time for me to go. Hubby is up there with our late night dinner that we always have. He actually made frozen pizzas for dinner tonight. So that's what we are having. Scrumptious frozen pizza. We don't have a normal schedule here how we eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I don't get to eat my first meal till like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So it trickles from there. We have late night dinners. So I'm going to go and join him, eat my last meal of the day. And I want to thank everybody for sticking around for me to finish my dad's birthday present. Now I can take this upstairs and put it away. I'll have to add that pocket to it in the back yet. I think I'm going to put it after the last page and just have that pocket right here so he can store stuff in. I love this. I really do. I really love how this turned out. It's gorgeous. And I'll have to think of what the next project's going to be because I like it. And if you ever want to craft with me on the channel, I mean, you can let me know. You can join me up here. You can just craft along while I'm crafting. And we'll see what the next project is going to be. I'll have to discover one because I want to keep it going. I've enjoyed these. I've done altered journals. I've done this. It's been fun doing a variety of stuff. So on that note, I'm going to go pick on my hubby. Good night, Michelle. Good night, Paul. Good night, Scully. Good night, Cherry. And whoever else is left in here, you have sweet dreams. And thanks for coming and hanging out with me.